पेची मौलवी पेची
wherever he is placed. So I would say, where the mind is without fear, where the head is held high, where knowledge is free, where the mind led forward by thee into ever-widening thought and action into that heaven of freedom, my Father, let my country awake. So today the story is of a prison and then, after many years, of freedom. As we all know that this was the site of the infamous Hijli Detention Center, which was a sinister symbol of British imperialism. And in its place now stands IIT Kharagpur, a center of excellence, and this IIT Kharagpur provides true freedom, the kind of freedom that can only be achieved through knowledge and its innovative implementation. So, honored guests and distinguished members in the audience, faculty and friends, ladies and gentlemen, today we celebrate this journey from imprisonment to freedom. We celebrate the 75th Foundation Day of the oldest IIT in our country. You know, there have been many firsts with IIT Kharagpur, many firsts, many pioneering steps. Indeed, almost all the engineering education and research praxis which is prevalent in our country have been shaped in this campus. So we are truly privileged to be part of this historic occasion. But history, 75 years, is not only about looking backward, but looking forward also. And we are totally platinum ready, we might say, for ushering in a future where we would be going forward to uncharted territories, where we would be crossing the known frontiers of knowledge, meet new challenges, and rise to the occasion. So with these few words, let's start our ceremony. As you know that IIT Kharagpur, they have always been trying to inculcate the world within their curriculum. In other words, they want their students to have a holistic education, to grow up as a personality which is very well-rounded, which is very well-balanced with the sentient and the intellectual. So in this 21,000 acres, stunning, isn't it, in these days, of our campus, there have been many opportunities for encouraging their interests in other matters, in matters which make an individual complete and well-rounded, such as sports, the arts, music, of course, comes within the arts, and all other kinds of hobbies, even technological hobbies. There is an Academy of Classical Arts, Classical and Folk Arts, which is a first of its kind in the entire IIT ecosystem. And the students of this academy, they have learned from the best in the music business, and they would be singing for us. Usually, you know, people switch on and play some form of music which has been downloaded from the internet. But here we have a live performance by our students, and they would be starting off proceedings with the IIT Foundation song, IIT Anthem, one might say. Can everyone please stand up for the anthem? That was wonderfully presented, as your applause signifies. Karumasu Kaushalam. What a beautiful tagline. So now may I invite the Dean International Relations, Professor Anunduru Bhattacharya, onto the dais, and he would be calling all the distinguished members sitting in the audience for the lighting of the lamp. Please welcome Professor Anunduru Bhattacharya.
Good afternoon, everyone, respected dignitaries, distinguished guests, alumni, faculty members, staff members, and dear students. Today is a great day. Today is a special day. And I am privileged to give the opening remarks on such an important day in the history of not only IIT Kharagpur, but the entire IIT system. A system that has stood for excellence over its existence over the past 74 years, and as we step into the 75th year today, the 75-year young institute is full of energy, full of inquisitiveness, and ready to take on the challenges and charter new paths. It is my great privilege now to invite some of our very distinguished dignitaries on stage for the customary lighting of the lamp. And may this light of the lamp remove all darkness, remove all obstacles in our path going forward. May I request our director, Shri Shuman Chakraborty, Professor Shuman Chakraborty, our Deputy Director, Professor Rintu Banerjee, our former Director, Professor P.P. Chakraborty, Honorable Distinguished Guest, US Consul General to Kolkata, Ms. Kathy Giles-Dias, and our very distinguished alumnus, Professor Arjun Malhotra, to please come on stage and light the lamp.
The lighting of the lamp, as our Vedic Stotra says, Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya, lead us to light from darkness. And this is absolutely the kind of ritual beginning that we were looking at, the lighting of the lamp, which would be marking our journey into light, the light of knowledge, from the darkness of ignorance. Our most distinguished guest, Ms. Kathy Giles-Diaz, and our Deputy Director, our Director, all participating in the lighting of the lamp, Shri Arjun Malhotra, and our former Director, Shri P.P. Chakraborty. Thank you so much. We would request you to kindly take your seats in the auditorium. And ladies and gentlemen, we are doing this particular presentation in the blended mode. So there would be online presence of some of our most distinguished guests. So the Chairman, Board of Governors, Shri T.V. Narendran, would be joining us online, and we would now turn to him and request him to welcome our most distinguished guests on this occasion, Shri T.V. Narendran. Sir. Is the microphone mute by any chance?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm sorry that I'm not there in person, but it's my privilege to be there virtually. Shri Dharmendra Pradhan, the Honorable Minister of Education, Dr. Gautam Adani, the Honorable Minister of State for Education, our distinguished guests, I understand Mr. Adani was supposed to be there, Ms. Kathy Giles-Diaz, the Consul General of US and India, Professor Suman Chakraborty, Professor Rintu Banerjee, I saw Mr. Arjun Malhotra and Mr. P.P. Chakraborty, members of the Board of Governors, other dignitaries, alumni, faculty, staff, and students. It's my pleasure to welcome you on this special occasion, the 75th Foundation Day of this iconic institution. Like I mentioned, I would have liked to be there in person, but due to travel commitments, I'm not able to be there physically, but my privilege to be there virtually. I would like to firstly congratulate the entire IIT Kharagpur community on this extraordinary milestone. 75 years ago, on this hallowed grounds of Italy, having we heard about the history, IIT Kharagpur began its journey not merely as India's first IIT, but as a bold experiment in shaping the future of a newly independent India. Over the decades, it has gone far beyond imparting technical education. It has defined the very brand of the IITs, a brand synonymous with excellence, integrity, innovation, and service to society. IIT Kharagpur's story is one of vision and resilience, transforming from its modest beginnings into a global leader in education, research, and innovation. The hallmark of this institute has been the ability to translate cutting-edge research into solutions for society. From biomedical breakthroughs such as the recent COVID for rapid molecular diagnostics of infectious diseases, blood perfusion imaging for oral cancer screening, to simple but life-changing solutions such as low-cost arsenic filters and dialysis membranes, the Institute has always found ways to put knowledge to work for society. The institution's innovations in areas such as agricultural robotics, smart hygiene monitoring, and solar-powered cold storage are making a real difference to farmers and communities, and the list goes on. But above all, IIT Kharagpur's most powerful contribution has been its people. Generations of alumni have gone on to become leaders in every sphere, from science and engineering to policy and entrepreneurship, and creating a social impact, carrying the spirit of Kharagpur across the world. This legacy is not just a matter of pride, it is a responsibility we must carry forward with renewed commitment. As we look ahead, the challenges before us are formidable. Rapid technological change, global uncertainties, and the urgent need for sustainable, inclusive solutions. The opportunities are also equally vast. I believe IIT Kharagpur is uniquely positioned to create global models for activity-immersed higher education that blends learning with doing and cultivates critical thinking, creativity, and character. Technology-immersed solutions to the grand challenges of our times, leveraging the convergence of digital technologies, advanced manufacturing, life sciences, climate science, and more, and socially transformative innovations that touch the lives of the poorest of the poor, not as an afterthought, but as a central mission. The Institute's unique geographic location, deep cultural roots, and vast multidisciplinary capabilities give it an unmatched advantage in creating Make in India solutions for global problems. The vision to integrate cutting-edge research with grassroots impact, to strengthen startup and incubation ecosystems, and to foster a culture of collaboration across disciplines and students' holistic well-being is exactly what this moment demands and what IIT Kharagpur is working towards. For me, there is another special connection here. Tata Steel and IIT Kharagpur go back a long way. We have been partners since the early years, and along the way, I've had the privilege of knowing and working with many IIT Kharagpur alumni. And I have seen firsthand the excellence, integrity, and innovation that they bring into every sphere. On behalf of the Board of Governors, I assure you of our full support in deepening the industry-academia collaboration at par with the best in the world. Today, we can chart a unique and unbeatable trajectory for IIT Kharagpur, one that draws upon the passion of its students, the dedication of its faculty, the wisdom of its alumni, and the strength of its partnerships with industry and government. To all stakeholders, students, alumni, faculty, staff, industry partners, I say this is our time to dream bigger and to act bolder. Let us make the next 25 years even more transformative than the last 75 have been, so that when IIT Kharagpur celebrates its centenary, the world will look at it not just as India's first IIT, but as a global benchmark for excellence, innovation, and societal leadership. Thank you and my heartfelt congratulations once again to all of you, to the current leadership, and to everyone who's contributed for decades. Your work has built a very strong foundation. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much. That was Shri T.V. Narendran, who is the chairman of our Board of Governors. May I now request our Director, Professor Shumon Chakraborty, to please come up on the dais and welcome our most distinguished guests.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, respected Sri T.V. Narendran, Chairman, Board of Governors, other members of the board, the distinguished guests, esteemed alumni, both in a physical and online mode, respected faculty members, our dedicated staff, and of course, my beloved students, who all together form the heart and soul of this great institution. We are deeply honored today also by the gracious presence of Sri Dharmendra Pradhan, Honorable Union Minister of Education, and Dr. Sukanta Mojumdar, Honorable Minister of State for Education, online, and indeed honored by the presence of Mr. Gautam Adani, a legendary industrialist and global icon of entrepreneurship on campus, and Ma'am Kathy Giles Diaz, the Consul General of the United States of America in Kolkata. Your presence adds immense inspiration and meaning to this milestone journey. On this historic foundation day, I would say the happy birthday of IIT Kharagpur, 75th happy birthday. We celebrate 75 years of wisdom, resilience, and achievement. And we also stand ready to embrace new horizons and create new landmarks that will define our future. Yes, our legacy is not a museum but a launch pad. Today, we stand at a turning point in our history. The world is being reshaped by the convergence of digital and biological frontiers, by the urgency of climate action, by the quest for equitable health and education, and by the rapid rise of AI encroaching every aspect of life. In such a time, IIT Kharagpur must not merely adapt to the change, but it must lead all the frontiers of change. Our calling is not to follow the trajectory of transformation, but to set the course for transformation, a true reflection of our spirit of dedicated to the service of the nation. It is in this spirit that I propose a concept of the new awakening, a renaissance of intellectual vigor, spiritual grounding, and physical renewal, designed to prepare IIT Kharagpur to serve the nation and the planet in new and profound ways. To summarize, this has a few strategic pillars. Number one, transformational cross-disciplinary initiatives. We will pursue futuristic research in convergence domains that matter most to the humanity. Cyber-physical systems for smart governance, resilient infrastructure, and precision policy, technology for health that blends deep science with affordability and accessibility, grassroots connect, where innovations flow to the last mile, and a self-reliant campus that embodies Vikshit Bharat. Our research will place special emphasis on human-centric and ethical AI, ensuring that technology does not drive our destiny, but humans take charge of the technology for greater promise of humanity. We will create innovation pipelines that link labs to communities, blending academic excellence with societal impact. We want to reimagine student experience. We aim to transform education from content narration to capability cultivation. Activity-based and problem-solving driven programs will take the center stage, preparing students not just to learn but to lead. We will nurture creativity, resilience, ethical consciousness, and above all, self-worth and self-confidence. Our graduates will leave campus not just with degrees, but with the courage to shape their own future and the world, following the guidelines of the National Education Policy 2020. The third pillar is global goodwill and brand elevation. We would establish the institution as a thought leader on a global stage. An international lecture series will convene visionaries to address frontiers in science, technology, and societal challenges. Our collaborations will extend across borders, making our work a beacon for humanity, serving the world while rooted in India's values. The fourth, a very practical one, holistic infrastructural renewal. Our campus will reflect ecological balance, design elegance, and functional excellence. Renewable energy systems, water security measures, biodiversity corridors, and intelligent spaces will make IIT Kharagpur a living model for sustainable development. Our environment will inspire innovation, wellness, and community spirit. Our commitment is to lead in futuristic research that integrates technology and human purpose, to create education that empowers rather than informs, to shape technology that serves humanity rather than commands it, and to make IIT Kharagpur a self-reliant, globally respected force for the good. Today, as we stand between the ethos of our past and the horizon of our future, let us remember IIT Kharagpur was not built to be an island of excellence, but an ocean of service. The new awakening is our promise. We will rise as leaders, visionaries, and custodians of hope. That we will not just keep pace with times, but will define the times that will serve not only the nation, but the planet. As IIT Kharagpur steps into its platinum jubilee year starting from today, it is only befitting that we set our eyes on bold frontiers and create new landmarks that will shape the destiny of this great institution for the decades to come. Today, I have the privilege of announcing a glimpses of a few transformative initiatives which will stand as defining milestones in our journey from national pride to global leadership. In a historic gesture of unparalleled generosity and vision, our highly distinguished alumnus, Dr. Ashok Desarkar, his wife, Mrs. Ruma Desarkar, their son, Shayan Desarkar, and elder brother, Mr. Shamit Desarkar, have together gifted a personal property worth nearly $10 million in Houston to IIT Kharagpur. This will serve as the foundation of IIT Kharagpur's Outreach Center at the United States. Enabling global engagement, alumni collaboration, and Indo-US partnerships at a scale which has never been witnessed before. We are also proud to announce the establishment of a few centers of excellence, Center of Excellence on Digital Twins, with a flagship focus on globally unique medtech convergence. This pioneering hub will house several path-breaking initiatives, including research on world's first ultra-low magnetic field MRI research unit that is exclusively designed to bring life-saving diagnostic technology within the reach of the poorest of the poor. An achievement that will define both science and societal impact. We have also inaugurated today our Manekshaw Center for Defense, Science and Security with emphatic focus on hardware security, battery technology, and healthcare. As we build a future-ready India, IIT Kharagpur has recently means in the past few days, got the approval of opening a skill development center with government-approved courses dedicated for training frontline health workers, especially from among rural youth, women, and our tribal friends. This initiative is in collaboration with the Foundation for Innovations in Health, led by Dr. Shatadal Saha. This will not only support our forthcoming super specialty hospital, but also empower these young people to create their own livelihoods, serving the last mile and strengthening the very foundation of inclusive healthcare. To secure our legacy for generations to come, we are launching an unprecedented Platinum Jubilee Endowment Fund, which will be announced later on during the day. This will provide strategic high-value scholarships, introduce roles of Chief of Staff that inspire our students to become trendsetters instead of job seekers, leading deep tech innovations and entrepreneurship. This initiative is not just about financial support. It is about nurturing a community dedicated to student and community well-being, national development, and emergence of global leaders from Tier 2 cities and the villages of India. Finally, in our pursuit of academic and research excellence, we are introducing a unique visiting fellowship program that will bring the finest scholars, faculty, and scientific leaders from all across the globe to IIT Kharagpur. These fellows will collaborate with us to advance disruptive Make in India solutions to address global challenges, transforming our campus into a crucible of innovation, discovery, and leadership on the world platform. I firmly believe that these initiatives are not mere announcements. They are the embodiment of our resolution to shape the future of education, research, and innovation. As the first IIT in the IIT system of the entire world, we began with a solemn promise to build the nation. Today, on our 75th Foundation Day, we renew that promise, not just to India, but to the entire world, of leading with courage, compassion, and creativity for the generations to come. Thank you. Namaskar. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, for that wonderful address. And I would particularly point out one sentence that he said, that our 75-year-plus journey is not a legacy but a launchpad. Indeed, legacy won't be a legacy for any time unless it is held up by the pillar of change, even of disruption. And therefore, yes, let this be a launchpad of our readiness to embrace change, transformation. Thank you. And we do hope that the Honorable Minister of State for Education, Government of India, Sri Shukanto Mojumdar, is waiting for us. And we would like to go to him and request him for his address.
Namaskar, distinguished Chairman, Board of Governors of IIT Kharagpur, Sri Narendran, Director, Professor Shuman Chakraborty, esteemed faculty members, researchers, scholars, esteemed alumni, dear students, and other distinguished guests. It is both a privilege and a moment of great emotional resonance for me to be here today on the sacred soil of IIT Kharagpur, an institution that was born not merely out of the vision of nation building, but from the very soul of India's freedom movement. As we gather here to raise the curtain on the 75th year of this iconic institution, we are not just celebrating history, we are invoking the spirit of transformation. IIT Kharagpur was the first Indian Institute of Technology, and with that came a deep national expectation, not only to shape engineers and technologists, but to shape a new India, bold, self-reliant, and intellectually sovereign. Today, that mission feels more urgent than ever. Let us not forget that this institute was born in the heart of Bengal, a land that once lit the torch of India's cultural, scientific, and philosophical renaissance. The intellectuals, reformers, and the revolutionaries who rose from this soil redefined the very idea of India. Now, as we step into the 75th year of IIT Kharagpur, let this be the dawn of a new renaissance, one where Bengal once again becomes a beacon of creative thinking, technological innovation, and ethical leadership, powered by the scientific imagination of institutions like this one. IIT Kharagpur must not only honor its legacy, it must lead a resurgence of bold ideas, of inclusive development, of innovation that touches the lives of our farmers, our weavers, our school children, and our planet. With its sprawling vision, unparalleled breadth of discipline, and unmatched talent, IIT Kharagpur is uniquely positioned to shape the national discourse, not just in engineering, but in policy, climate action, digital governance, health, agriculture, and deep technology. As India enters its Amrit Kal, we look into institutions like this to power our Vikshit Bharat vision, not as isolated island of excellence, but as lighthouses of knowledge reaching out the remotest corner of the country, solving real problems with real science. Let IIT Kharagpur become the nerve center for indigenous technologies in AI, quantum computing, clean energy, cyber physical system, next generation materials, affordable healthcare, rural development, and sustainable infrastructure. Let it become the crucible for the next generation of Indian leadership, leaders who are not just technocrats but visionaries with compassion and courage. And in this context, as a professor by myself, I am deeply reassured by the dynamic leadership of the new director, Professor Suman Chakraborty, a scientist of international renown, an educator who believes in inclusion, and a leader who is as comfortable in lab as in the lens of rural India. His presence signals not just continuity but a leap into a future of purpose-driven innovation. Under his leadership, I am confident that IIT Kharagpur will not only grow in global stature but become a source of strength to the aspirants of young Indians, particularly those from underserved communities who look to such institutions for hope, access, and opportunity. Friends, we live in a fractured and fast-changing world. Technology is rewriting the rules of society, economy, and geopolitics. In this era, it is not enough to build technologies. We must build values into them. We must build ethics into innovation. That is the kind of leadership the world is now looking for, and India, and especially IIT Kharagpur, must be ready to answer the call. As we mark the beginning of this historic year, let us not just count years, let us make the years count. Let this celebration ignite collaborations across continents, inspire new partnerships with industry and government, and rekindle the bond with our extraordinary alumni around the world. But above all, let this 75th year be a renewal of purpose, a commitment that IIT Kharagpur will not rest on its past laurels but rise to become the torchbearer of a new age of scientific temper, national service and global impact. Let us celebrate not just that IIT Kharagpur has been, but what it will become. A place where dreams are not just designed but delivered, where learning is not just deep but democratic, where innovation is not just about machines but about human meaning. From Bengal to Bharat, from Bharat to the world, let IIT Kharagpur lead the way. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, sir. That was an inspiring address from the Honorable Minister of State for Education, Sri Gautam Adani. We would now request Sri Dharmendra Pradhanji, our Honorable Minister of Education, to deliver his address.
Honorable Minister of State for Education, Sri Gautam Adani, Chairman, Board of Governors, Sri T.V. Narendran ji, Director IIT Kharagpur, Professor Suman Chakrabarti ji, and esteemed faculty members, proud alumni, invited dignitaries, dear students and friends. It is my privilege to join you virtually on this historic occasion. Though I cannot be there in person, my heart is in Kharagpur today, sharing the pride and joy of this Platinum Jubilee celebration. This year, as India marks the 79th year of our independence, we also celebrate 75 years of IIT Kharagpur for the first IIT of India born in the halls of the Hijli detention camp. A place where freedom fighters once endured grave hardship is today a cradle of innovation. The courage that lived within these walls must now carry India to Vikasit Bharat 2047. From the ancient halls of Nalanda and Takshashila to the modern laboratories of IIT Kharagpur, India's quest for knowledge has always been about shaping humanity's future. In 1951, IIT Kharagpur began its journey when our republic was still very young. Today, it stands as a global powerhouse of ideas, linking our civilizational values with the technologies of tomorrow, exactly as Prime Minister Narendra Modi has envisioned. Friends, this Platinum Jubilee is not just only a celebration of the past, but also a place to the future. We are in Amrit Kal, the 25 years that will shape our destiny as a developed nation. When we speak of Vikasit Bharat, we speak of an India leading in clean energy, in AI for social good, in healthcare for every village, and in innovation born from our soil but celebrated around the world. Under the National Education Policy 2020, we are reimagining higher education to be holistic, multidisciplinary and accessible to all. India's rise from 81st position in 2015 to 40th today in the Global Innovation Index is a testament to the growing strength of our research and learning ecosystem. The Academic Bank of Credit is giving students the freedom to shape their own academic paths, while digital platforms like Swayam and Diksha are carrying world-class learning to every corner of the country. Initiatives like Prime Minister Research Fellowship, PMRF, Centers of Excellence in AI, and the Anusandhan National Research Foundation, ANRF, will further energize this journey of innovation. IIT Kharagpur has embodied this vision from making AI, ML, and humanities courses mandatory for all UG students, to embedding Indian knowledge system alongside engineering and science, from introducing micro specialization and dual degree pathways to enabling multiple entry and exit options. Each step reflects NEP 2020 in action and the spirit of New India. This same spirit of innovation is propelling India's rise and third largest startup ecosystem in the world. Our campuses are no longer just center of learning, they are launchpads for ideas, enterprises and solutions that will shape India in 2047. As we near our Republic centenary, IIT Kharagpur can shape India's future in three ways. Firstly, be the mentor of mentors. Share your expertise and best practices with institutions across India so your impact is multiple many times over. Secondly, Bridge Bharat and the world ensure that solution developed here addresses India's needs while setting global benchmark and bring global knowledge to empower our villages. And thirdly, lead with values, let empathy, inclusivity and ethics be the compass of every breakthrough. To my young friends, you are not just graduates, you are nation builders. The question before you is not what job will I get, but what change I will create. Take your learning beyond the lab into the lives of people. Let your innovations carry the fragrance of our soil and ambitions to transform the world. As our Honorable Prime Minister has reminded us, the journey from an idea to a nation's transformation begins with courage to dream and the will to act. Speaking from the ramparts of the Red Fort on this Independence Day, Prime Minister Modi said, I say to the youth of the nation, bring forward your innovative ideas, do not let your ideas die. My friends, today's idea could shape the future of generation to come. I stand with you, I am ready to work for you, I am ready to be your partner in this journey. The journey is in fact the bridge from Swatantra Bharat to Samriddha Bharat, and IIT Kharagpur has both the legacy and the talent to help build it with your own hands, minds and hearts. Along with this, we must also reimagine and work towards a Swadeshi Bharat. This is the spirit of Make in India, Innovate in India, turning the breakthrough from our lab into products made on our soil, creating global impact and national prosperity. In this Platinum Jubilee year, let us ensure that IIT Kharagpur continues to be a Jagrati Jyoti, a light of awakening not just for this campus but for every district, every home and every heart that dreams. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Once again, our gratitude to the Honourable Minister for this very, very involved and engaged address. May we now request the Honourable US Consul General in Kolkata, Ms. Kathy Giles Dyers, to please come up on the dais, and we are all looking forward to her address.
Namaskar and good afternoon, everyone. I am extremely honored to be here today representing the U.S. Consulate General in Kolkata. Our consulate covers 11 states, Bihar, Jharkhand, West Bengal in the east, and the entirety of India's northeast, reflecting the breadth and depth of the U.S.-India partnership in this vital region. Let me start by congratulating IIT Kharagpur on its 75th Foundation Day. Happy birthday. This is a landmark occasion that celebrates not only the institution's extraordinary legacy in shaping leaders and innovators, but also its pivotal role in advancing the U.S.-India partnership through education, research, and shared innovation. My sincere thanks to Dr. Suman Chakraborty and his entire team for inviting us to be part of today's important program. For 75 years, IIT Kharagpur has been a driving force in shaping talent, advancing industries, and transforming societies across both the United States and India. Its universities, research labs, boardrooms, and startup hubs. The imprint of IIT Kharagpur is unmistakable, with alumni and talent nurtured here touching every sphere of society. Under the dynamic leadership of Dr. Chakraborty, one of the youngest directors in the IIT system, leading the oldest IIT, IIT Kharagpur is setting forth a bold vision. So even before I became a U.S. diplomat, I knew how important strong educational and research foundations were to advancing prosperity and development in our countries. I grew up in a family of science educators. So my grandfather was a biology professor at Eastern Michigan University, and my grandmother, quite surprisingly for that time, this was the 1940s and 50s, was a chemistry professor. Yes, pretty amazing. And both my parents were high school teachers, science and biology and math. And so you can believe, like sitting around the kitchen table and the family holiday table, we talked about science, we talked about education. I knew from the start it was really important. And in fact, my first job was cleaning glassware in a chemistry lab. So I worked throughout my high school, and college career and graduate school career, I worked in a lot of labs. And what I really learned from cleaning that glassware all the way to doing research is that research is not done alone. It is done in collaboration. It's about sharing ideas, and that's what drives innovation forward. As many of you know, the United States has a strong partnership with India in research and innovation. And strengthening those ties between our two countries is incredibly important. Today, I would like to speak how we can strengthen the US-India partnership through education. One of the things that makes our bilateral relationship so special is that it's powered not only by our governments, but by our people, our thinkers, our builders, and our educators, all of you. At the heart of this relationship are our democratic values, a commitment to our people, an enduring belief in the power of knowledge to drive opportunity, mobility, and innovation. Education and technology have always been linked. The way that my parents studied and learned and the tools they used are not the same ones that I used, and the students today have tools that were not even imaginable when I went to college. The challenges that await the next generation will differ from those we have known. It is our shared responsibility to ensure that future students and scholars are well prepared to succeed. In this spirit, I wish to draw your attention to two important initiatives between our countries, Compact and Trust. These are enhancing our country's cooperation in education, science, and innovation. Compact, or catalyzing opportunities for military partnership, accelerated commerce, and technology, is advancing academic partnerships in frontier areas such as AI, quantum technologies, clean energy, space, and biotechnology. Trust, and we love lots of good acronyms, transforming the relationship utilizing strategic technology, is deepening collaboration for our digital and educational futures, anchored in transparency, accountability, and mutual respect. These frameworks are not merely acronyms. They are engines of progress. They support joint research, faculty and student exchanges, co-developed curricula, and harmonized educational credentials. The future of education lies in partnership and possibility. Through the US-India Education and Skills Working Group, we are advancing industry-linked training, STEM entrepreneurship, and collaborative curricula, aligning skills with global markets to drive jobs, innovation, and economic resilience. Compact, Trust, and our joint focus on critical and emerging technologies are not simply technological alliances. They are trust-based exercises for long-term cooperation. They prove that when democracies collaborate, they can solve complex global challenges. We can solve the challenges. This is a beginning of a new chapter that will help anchor the US-India leadership across Southeast Asia and the Indo-Pacific. But none of this happens without all of you, the educators, the institutional leaders, the entrepreneurs, the students, and the community members who bring these ideas to life at IIT Kharagpur. Once again, a huge congratulations on achieving this milestone today. The prospect of IIT expanding its global footprint is truly a compelling vision. My office stands ready to help make it a reality. Let us seize this opportunity to combine the strengths of our two great nations and spark a new era of innovation that will drive prosperity for generations to come. Dhonnobad, and thank you.
Thank you so much, and can I request our director to express our gratitude by presenting Ms. Kathy Giles Diaz with a memento. May I call upon our director to do the honors? Thank you once again, ma'am, for finding the time to travel all the way from Kolkata to come here. Thank you so much. And we are richer by a lot of acronyms that we learned from you. And we would also request you, ma'am, to kindly stay back for the conferment of the Hall of Fame Award. And our director would read out the citation. And as you all know, that it goes to the renowned Shri Arjun Malhotra. May I request our director to read out the citation.
Shri Arjun Malhotra, a name that shines on its own, a living legend among the most illustrious alumni of IIT Kharagpur. Graduating in 1970 with BTech honors in Electronics and Electrical Communication Engineering, he stood tall as the recipient of the coveted B.C. Roy Gold Medal, and that led to an extraordinary journey ahead. A great entrepreneur, he co-founded 2 institutions that have left excellent imprints on India's social and technological landscape. HCL, the Hindustan Computers Limited, and Speak Mackey, the Society for the Promotion of the Society for the Promotion of Indian Classical Music and Culture amongst youth. Both of these remain towering legacies, touching countless lives across generations. His leadership has guided global companies, business schools, NASCOM, and many more, while his unique entrepreneurial spirit has inspired legions of young innovators in India and beyond. Yet, beyond these illustrious milestones, it is Arjun's unshakable bond with his alma mater that truly sets him apart. His reverence for his teachers found expression in his generous contributions to establish the G.S. Sanyal School of Telecommunication and M.N. Farooqui Center for Innovation. He has tirelessly rallied alumni support, whether leading from the US Alumni Foundation or encouraging his own batch to give back to the institute, always ensuring that his own name remained in the shadows. For over 5 decades, Arjun stood as the pillar of IIT Kharagpur, equally respected as a mentor by the youngest alumni and the director of IIT Kharagpur. A familiar presence on campus, he embodies humility and compassion, engaging as warmly with a rickshaw puller as with the most senior accomplished academician. To every soul at IIT Kharagpur, he is not just a distinguished alumnus, but a family. It is with immense pride and heartfelt joy that IIT Kharagpur confirms the inaugural Hall of Fame Award to Sri Arjun Malhotra, an eternal source of inspiration, devotion, and commitment.
Miss Kathy Giles Diaz confers the inaugural Hall of Fame Award. Ladies and gentlemen, if we are looking for benchmark values of an ideal IIT Kharagpurian, then it's Arjunji here. So all that you have to do, a very small task indeed, is to live up to him. And no, I don't mean that only in height, but in everything else. Okay, so sir, words from you.
Thank you. I'm sorry. This is embarrassing. I mean, even I didn't know so much about myself. So it's yeah, you know, I mean, probably the nicest years of my life were the 5 years I spent on campus. Well, I don't know what to say. This is home. I've been lucky ever since I left. I've had the ability to come to campus very often. In fact, I was here so often in my HCL days that folks in HCL believed that I had a wife and children with the same name here, which is why I never tripped up. But thank you very much. This is an honor, completely unexpected. I really don't think I deserve it, but thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, after our encounter with our first Hall of Fame awardee on stage, I think we all need to shift gears a little to calm down, and we'll have a cultural program by the Kuchla Choti Junior High School students. And it goes without saying that this is a school which is very dear to us, and we have sort of undertaken to take this particular school under our wings through our outreach programs. And Kuchla Choti, as you know, is absolutely a hardcore rural area, rural heaven, you might say. And it stands as a beacon of hope for a tribal community where children, 3 out of 4, come from the living heart of the Hijli Forest Foundation. I'm sure I'm really preaching to the choir. All of you know about this school and the very sort of underprivileged status, let's say, ecosystem within which they have been functioning. But today we have them here on our 75th Foundation Day celebration. Thank you, our Board of Governors Chairman. He would be leaving. He was with us online all this while. Thank you so much for being with us. And thank you, let's say, your digital presence meant a lot to you, sir. Lot to us, sir. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
So over to the cultural program by the Kuchla Choti Junior High School students. I'm sure we are going to enjoy that. Music.
वाला रे देव खतरी काल पूजे रे आदिवासी सबसे निराला रे आदिवासी जंगल रखवाला रे आदिवासी जंगल मार जया आदिवासी जंगल रखवाला रे आदिवासी चोरी नमकवाले रे
who held his own with so much of women power all around. খুব সুন্দর হয়েছে, খুব সুন্দর. Thank you. Very, very, let's say it absolutely raises our spirit when we see children giving everything that they have. They have talent and they put it across so beautifully to all of us. Thank you once again. We would now take a very little while to see an audiovisual, a film that has been made for our Foundation Day. So, can we just have it here? The Foundation Day film.
Education is not just the learning of facts, but the training of minds how to think. IIT Kharagpur is an idea, a vision and a promise.
Born in 1951 as the first IIT, IIT Kharagpur marked independent India's audacious leap into the technological frontier, an emblem of freedom translated into knowledge, innovation and nation building. Carrying the motto Yoga Karmasu Kaushalam, excellence in action is yoga, the institute embodies the spirit of purposeful endeavor, where learning merges seamlessly with service. Its very inception reflects a larger ethos, to cultivate minds not just for individual glory, but to channel science and technology as instruments of community upliftment and the enduring service of humanity. At IIT Kharagpur, cutting-edge research in domains spanning precision agriculture, affordable healthcare, intelligent manufacturing, smart transportation, energy, environment, earth and atmospheric sciences, resilient infrastructure, defense and space technology transcend conventional boundaries to address humanity's most pressing challenges. These breakthroughs are not pursued in isolation, but through a philosophy of convergence, where engineering, science, medicine, and societal needs intertwine to create solutions with transformative global impact. By breaking barriers of traditional disciplines, the Institute's R&D embodies a larger purpose, harnessing innovation not just for technological glory, but to empower communities, safeguard the planet, and serve humanity at large.
The world does not need mere technocrats. It needs humans who can think, feel, and use algorithms and technology but are not ruled by them. The future belongs to those who combine emotional intelligence with technical excellence.
Embracing the vision of the National Education Policy 2020, IIT Kharagpur has pioneered flexibilities in curriculum design, introducing microcredits, micro-specializations, and unique interdisciplinary courses that transcend boundaries of law, medicine, management, technology, science, humanities, arts, and culture, transforming education from information-centric to skill-empowered lifelong learning.
Through national leadership in flagship initiatives like the National Digital Library of India, NDLI, Global Initiative of Academic Networks, GIAN, and the Scheme for Promotion of Academic and Research Collaboration, SPARC, and the Partha Ghosh Academy of Leadership, the Institute has broken geographical and societal barriers to make knowledge accessible, inclusive, and globally resonant. Strategic MOUs with leading global universities and national institutions have gone far beyond paper agreements, evolving into vibrant platforms for faculty and student exchange. At IIT Kharagpur, academics seamlessly blends with techno-cultural rejuvenation as the campus spirit comes alive through flagship student-driven events like Springfest and Kshitij, where creativity and technology converge in youthful brilliance. The vibrancy extends to alumni and sports meets, rekindling bonds across generations and celebrating the Institute's spirit of excellence, teamwork, and belonging.
The spirit of innovation and entrepreneurship at IIT Kharagpur is deeply rooted in student-centric initiatives such as the Technology Transfer Group, which has evolved into a launchpad for transformative ideas supported by institutional vehicles like the Research Park, Agribusiness Innovation Hub, AI for Cyber Physical Systems Center, and several others. With a galaxy of more than 90,000 illustrious alumni, IIT Kharagpur continues to stand as a pole star, demonstrating to the world how IIT education does not merely create impact, but transforms lives, industries, and nations.
India is standing tall and marching towards Vikshit Bharat by 2047. We are on the threshold of becoming a $5 trillion economy very soon. At this critical juncture, we are taking transformative measures in all spheres of institutional development. These emphasize the blending of science and technology with ethics and empathy. We believe that in the process, we can come up with transformative Make in India solutions to address the most challenging global problems that impact the grassroots. This will truly reflect our motto of dedicated to the service of the nation and extend the same dedicated to the service of the entire humanity at large.
Ladies and right, so we are back after seeing this very, very precise and absolutely important audiovisual documentation of what we are going to do. And then may I request our Deputy Director, Professor Rintu Banerjee, to kindly come up onto the dais. We would now take this opportunity of this wonderful occasion to felicitate some of our employees who have the rare distinction of completing 25 years of service. So our Deputy Director would be felicitating the employees, and shall we begin with Sri Rajiv Das? Please welcome our Deputy Director. And I would be calling upon Sri Rajiv Das, our Assistant Register, and he belongs to the Department of Continuing Education and Technology. And felicitation for Sri Rajiv Das. Right. Then we have Sri Anupam Khan, our Deputy Registrar in the Department of SRIC. Sri Anupam Khan, felicitating him, would be our Deputy Director. And we have with us today Sri Tomal Nath, Joint Registrar, and he belongs to the account section. Can we call upon Sri Tomal Nath? He's not here at the present. Sri Shumit Kumar Bishas, our Joint Registrar, he is currently on Lien and he is serving as the Registrar of IIT BHU, Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi. Sri Umesh Chandra Mohakul, who is our Assistant Registrar belonging to the accounts section. Congratulations to all of you who have been part of this institution for more than 1/3 of its lifetime. Sri Umesh, after Sri Umesh Chandra Mohikul, I would be calling upon Sri Shumanto Bhattacharya, Senior Accounts Officer, and he is in the Computer and Information Center. Maybe he's not here at the moment. Sri V.V. Pramod, our Senior Executive Officer Grade 2, Establishment and Personnel Section. Sri V.V. Pramod. And Professor Aniruddha Sengupta, Professor, obviously, in Professor, he's not here at the moment, right. Sri Shobhoshachi Patro. Sri Shobhoshachi Patro is a junior executive in the academic section. And Professor Aurobindo Gupta, Professor in the Computer Science and Engineering Department. Professor Manish Atma Prakash Mamtani, Professor in the Geology and Geophysics Department. Sri Shudeep Bhagat, Senior Technician, Senior Laboratory Assistant in the Mechanical Engineering Department. Sri Shishir Kumar Pai, Senior Assistant in the Advanced Technology Development Center. He's not here. And we have Sri Shatrugna Singh, not Sinha. Sri Shatrugna Singh, Senior Multitasking Staff, Grade 1 in the Transport Unit. And we have Sri Uttam Narayan Bagade. Sri Uttam Narayan Bagade, Senior Assistant in the Civil Engineering Department. Professor Anushri Roy, Professor in the Physics Department. Right. So we move on to Professor Madan Kumar Jha, Professor in the Agriculture and Food Engineering Department. Do we see Shri Madan Kumar Jha? Yes, there he is. Professor Bhavani Shankar Das, he is a professor in the same department, Agriculture and Food Engineering. We have Professor Chittoranjan Mondol, professor in the Computer Science and Engineering Department. Shri Lingam Suresh, who is a senior multitasking staff grade 1 in the director's office. I would be calling next so that you can be ready to come in case you're sitting right at the back. After Shri Lingam Suresh, I will be calling Shri Jyoti Kumar Keshar. Shri Jyoti Kumar Keshar. He is a senior technician in the estate, mechanical and electrical. I would be calling Sri Amit Roy next. Sri Amit Roy, senior technical superintendent in the refrigeration and air conditioning unit. Rajoshi Banerjee would be called upon next. Sri Rajoshi Banerjee, Deputy Registrar. Rajoshi Banerjee, Deputy Registrar, Account Section. And I would be calling upon Sri Debnath Sheel next. Debnath Sheel. Debashish Sheel, sorry. Sri Debashish Sheel, Junior Executive. Debashish Sheel, Junior Executive in the Ranbir and Chitra Gupta School of Infrastructure Design and Management. And I would be calling upon Mr. Sheikh Nasir Ali, Senior Assistant in the Environmental Science and Engineering Department. Sheikh Nasir Ali. Shri Shondeep Kumar Chatterjee, be ready to come up. Shri Shondeep Kumar Chatterjee, Senior Technician, Senior Laboratory Assistant in the same institute, that is Ranbir and Chitra Gupta School of Infrastructure Design and Management. Sri Ashit Kumar Kulsi is requested to come up next. Senior Technician, Senior Laboratory Assistant, Estate, Mechanical and Electrical. And I would be calling upon Sri Arun Shingho next. Sri Arun Shingho, Senior Technician, Civil Construction and Maintenance. Sri Arun Shingho, please. And Sri S. Bhanumurthy is requested to come up next. After Mr. Shingho, calling upon Sri S. Bhanumurthy, Senior Multitasking Staff, Grade 1, Metallurgical and Materials Engineering. Sri Mrinal Das Mahapatra is requested to come up next. Sri Mrinal Das Mahapatra is the Senior Assistant in the Establishment and Personal Section. Sri Temba Shankar Rao is requested to come up. Sri Temba Shankar Rao, Senior Multitasking Staff, Grade 1 in the Gate Office. After that, Sri Bishwajit Chatterjee, Junior Technical Superintendent in the Department of Chemistry, Bishwajit Chatterjee. Sri Dilip Kumar Bishal. Sri Dilip Kumar Bishal, Junior Technical Superintendent in CWISS. Sri Omol Sharbakko is requested to come up next. Senior Laboratory Assistant Sri Omol Sharbakko. Senior Laboratory Assistant in Rubber Technology. Sri Kumar Bardhan is requested to come up next. Sri Kumar Bardhan. Sri Kumar Bardhan, Senior Multitasking Staff, Grade 1, SRIC. Sri Rakesh Hathi is requested to come up. Senior Multitasking Staff, Grade 2, in the BC Roy Technology Hospital. Sri Sarban Kumar Jha, Senior Security Inspector, working for security, obviously. Boy. Obviously the most popular, no contests there, no questions there either. Right. So after the enigmatic Mr. Jha, we call upon Sri Alok Ghosh. Sri Alok Ghosh, Senior Technician, Senior Laboratory Assistant in the... He's not here, right. Okay. Then we call upon Sri Amrita Pathak Mohanty, Amrita Pathak Mohanty, Amita Pathak Mohanty, third time right. Ms. Amita Pathak Mohanty, Professor of Chemistry. Sri Naresh Chandra Mahato is to come up next, Senior Assistant in the Rajiv Gandhi School of Intellectual Property. And next, we would be calling upon Sri Shubroto Ghosh, Senior Assistant in the Metallurgical and Materials Engineering Department. Sri Tarun Kumar Ghuku. He is a Senior Assistant Engineer, Grade 1, in the Sanitation Department. And Sri Pratap Chandra Das, our Joint Registrar in the Academic Section. Pratap Chandra Das, Joint Registrar, Academic Section. Sri Ashok Makur, Junior Laboratory Assistant in the Mechanical Engineering Department. Sri Ujjwal Kumar Das, Senior Assistant in the Agriculture and Food Engineering Department. And finally, Sri Rajiv Singh, Senior Multitasking Staff, Grade 1, Agriculture and Food Engineering Department. Thank you, ma'am. And what the finest of timing. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand up for Shri Gautam Adani, our distinguished guest and plenary speaker, our director Professor Shuman Chakraborty accompanying Shri Gautam Adani, and we would Sir, absolutely a heartfelt welcome to you, and the stage is ready for our distinguished guest and plenary speaker, Shri Gautam Adani ji, and everything is all set for him. We would request you, sir, to kindly come up. Of course, take your breath first. You have just arrived. The stage is ready for you to come up and speak. Professor Shuman Chakraborty, our director, would invite Gautam ji on to the dais.
And now, friends, this is the moment we have been waiting for. It is my privilege to welcome a man whose journey is inseparable from the journey of modern Bharat. Nation builder, patriot, Bharatiya, Hindustani. He is not one of these, he is all of these. In just 3 decades, he has achieved what no other Indian ever has. The only first generation entrepreneur to build a group worth over $200 billion. From a young diamond trader to one of the world's most respected business leaders, his is a story with no parallel in India's history and perhaps will never again be repeated. But there is more to his achievements than numbers. He has built the arteries of a new India, ports that connect our supply chains to the world, airports that carry our aspirations skyward, power plants and renewables that light millions of homes, highways and data centers that carry the pulse of digital Bharat. Wherever the nation needed strength, he built it, and he is far from being done. Yet, what truly defines him is not just his skill, but his spirit. Success has not hardened him. It has deepened his humanity. A man equally at ease in a village or a global boardroom. A leader shaped by the humble roots of a small town boy who never forgot where he came from. And he believes that a strong Bharat cannot stand on infrastructure alone and must also stand on the dignity of its workers. From world-class hospitals and universities to India's largest grassroots skilling mission, he invests not only in assets, but in human potential. Alongside him stands a remarkable partner, and I am equally delighted to welcome Dr. Preeti Adani, an accomplished leader of global repute who has dedicated her life to the Adani Foundation. Through her vision and compassion, the foundation has already touched more than 10 million lives across India. Friends, please join me in welcoming the Infrastructure King, a symbol of India's second freedom, the chairman of the Adani Group, Sri Gautam Adani, and his wife, Dr. Preeti Adani. And now let the walls of the auditorium shake with an ovation worthy of a son of the Indian soil, Sri Gautam Adani. Sir, the stage is yours.
Namaskar. Distinguished faculty, esteemed guests, and my brilliant students of IIT Kharagpur. It is a true honor to join you for this Platinum Jubilee session.
Students, please settle down. All of you will be allowed inside. All of you will be allowed inside. Just occupy the space. We know that a living legend has come, so you are all. Please be inside and occupy your seat. Please get settled down. Please get settled down. So they are welcoming you, sir. They are welcoming you.
Can I start?
Okay, please get settled. Please get settled.
Friends, now that you have come, please settle down. We know we are all very, very eager to listen to our distinguished guest and plenary speaker. Please settle down. It's our institute. Let us make our guests feel at home and let us have our plenary speaker deliver his speech. I request all of you to please settle down and maintain silence so that we can go ahead with our program. Sir, thank you.
So thank you for all joining. Namaskar. Distinguished faculty, esteemed guests, and my brilliant student of IIT Kharagpur. It is a true honor to join you for this Platinum Jubilee session. When the current director, Dr. Suman Chakrabarti, and former director, Dr. Partha Chakrabarti, extended me the invitation, I did not even check my calendar. When the nation's two most brilliant Chakrabartis ask you to be part of such a milestone, the only answer is an immediate and wholehearted yes. My dear friends, this is my first visit to Kharagpur, and I was deeply moved to learn that this very ground was witness to our nation's struggle for freedom. It is indeed humbling to stand here where many of India's courageous freedom fighters were once imprisoned, some even younger than the student before me today. One story of an inmate that somehow lingers in my mind is that of Tridip Kumar Chaudhary, who in 1931, at just 19 years of age, was already a fearless freedom fighter. Imagine, just 19, standing here, I can almost hear his fearless voice still sounding through the walls of the Hijli jail. ना थमे, ना झुके, रहे मातृभूमि अमर, गगन गगन गूंजे सदा, वंदे मातरम का स्वर. That cry of Vande Mataram was more than slogan. It was a promise sealed in blood and sacrifice, a promise of India's unbreakable resolve, and a promise that freedom would live on beyond those who gave their lives for us. And it is about this meaning of freedom that I wanted to talk to you today. My dear friends, in 1947, we broke the chains of our land Yet in the 21st century, our nation can be independent and still be bound by dependence. Just 3 days ago, we marked our 79th Independence Day, and it is clear we stand at a major inflection point. The world is moving from a conventional wars to technology-driven wars of power, and our ability to prepare will decide our future. Because the wars that we have to fight today are often invisible. They are fought in our server farms and not in trenches. The weapons are algorithms, not guns. The empires are not built on land, they are built in data centers. The armies are botnets and not battalions. And here is the uncomfortable truth. In terms of technology dependence, 90% of our semiconductors are imported. One disruption or sanction can freeze our digital economy. In the case of energy vulnerability, we import 85% of our oil. A single geopolitical incident can restrict our growth. When our data crosses India's borders, every bit of this data becomes raw material for foreign algorithms, creates foreign wealth, and strengthens foreign dominance. And in the case of military dependence, many of our critical systems are imported, bringing our national security to the political will and our supply chains of other nations. This is the freedom we must now fight for, the freedom of self-reliance, the freedom of Atmanirbharta, if we are to be truly free. 80 years ago, here in the Ijli jail, young men and women fought for the right to govern our land. That same fight continues, only the weapons have changed. And this is what I want every student here to take back. You are the next generation of freedom fighters. Your innovations, your software code, and your ideas are today's weapons. You will decide whether India takes command of its destiny or surrenders it to others. क्योंकि स्वतंत्रता केवल एक घटना नहीं, यह एक निरंतर लड़ाई है और इस लड़ाई की अंतिम विजय तभी होगी जब हम हर क्षेत्र में आत्मनिर्भर बनकर अपने भविष्य खुद तय करें। My dear friends, I have been an entrepreneur since the age of 16. I have navigated multiple cycles of our disruptions, many moments of our transformations, and built businesses through both crisis and opportunity. But I can tell you with absolute convictions that the age of transformations now unfolding before us is unlike anything I have seen. And the battlefield is not just about protecting our nation's border, it is about securing our technology leadership and ensuring we are able to stay at the forefront of our global innovations. It is about redesigning every business, reimagining every industry, and rewriting every rule of the game. So we lead and not just participate at a low-cost players in the global race. Because as we all know, in a world of robotics and AI, cost advantages will vanish overnight, and we can quickly lose our ability to compete. This is not a transformation at 1x speed. It is 10x. It is 100x. And it is accelerating toward 1000x. As AI start to build AI, LLM start to write LLM, robots start to build robots, code start to write code, machines start to teach machines, and discoveries start to fuel more discoveries. And this is why I call it our second freedom struggle. The world has never seen an industrial and intelligence revolutions of this scale. Here is what I can tell you. Tomorrow's trillion-dollar value disruptors will bend others to their will. And some of them will go on to dominate the world like no company has ever done before. Companies will become more powerful than any nations, many nations. And over the next decade, several companies that today seem unbeatable will vanish. They will disappear, not because they lacked resources, but because they could simply not compete at the pace and scale needed. And I will say that same stands true for our educational institutions. Because the educational institutions too must transform. They must move at the speed of change, drive cutting-edge research, and yet to be accountable the real-world impact. This is no longer about producing brilliant graduates. It is about producing brilliant patriots. That graduate armed with ideas, discipline, and the will to make India unshakable. The brutal truth is when knowledge is a commodity, when skills can be downloaded, and when AI can crack engineering problems in seconds, we must ask, what is the future value of an engineering or technical degree? How should we prepare? Because the lifespan of a technical knowledge has collapsed from years to months, maybe even weeks. This means the gap between academic theory and industry reality is widening faster than ever before. And the new currency is the abundance. Abundance of our bold ideas. Abundance of lightning speed adaptations. Abundance of our relentless reinventions. In this new round of battle, it is the most brilliant minds that India will need. And you, my dear professors, are the custodians of these minds. Minds trained on these very grounds, trained to think beyond the textbook, trained for rapid inventions, and trained to carry the courage of discovery as a national duty. While this is not a call to give up the heritage of our top institutions, it is indeed a call for designing a different future before it is too late. Let me now talk about the Indian corporates. And it begins with the honest admission that we in industry must share equal responsibility for the innovation deficit India faces. After all, we hire from these colleges, and the best among them are government funded. We stand on the shoulders of public institutions like ISRO, BARC, DRDO, ICMR, NCL, and many more. These have given us the inventions, breakthrough, and discoveries that form our launch pads. From ISRO's Chandrayaan to Aadhaar, from UPI to vaccine research, from freight corridors to our renewable grids, it is worth reflecting that it is the government that has built the foundation of our modern economy. And this model will not adequately sustain in the race we are entering. If India is to lead in the age of transformative technologies like advanced materials, biotechnology, deep tech, and many others, we must carry our share of the nation's innovations burden. Translated not into marketing slogans, but into the budget allocations, world-class laboratories, and risk capital. We must provide platforms where young minds can explore and even fail without fear. If we corporates do not step up, we will remain users of our foreign breakthroughs and never be the originators. This is a future that we cannot accept. So what is a possible path forward? If speed and scale are the defining challenges of our academic institutions, then the answer lies in blurring the lines between where education ends and where enterprise begins. In the industrial era, institutions and corporates operated in parallel lanes. Academia produced graduates, industry consumed them. In the world we have now entered, victory will most often belong to the owners of IP, and nations will weaponize this IP. The governments controlling the IP distributions. Therefore, we must master partnerships that unite diverse stakeholders, enable seamless talent flow between labs and industry, and embed IP sharing and funding models that reward both groundbreaking research and rapid commercializations. And there are many examples to learn from. In Silicon Valley, Stanford's deep ties with a venture capital and industry have seeded tech companies from Google to Tesla with the startups and academia feeding each other's growth. In the case of a biotech synergy, the Boston-Cambridge cluster saw Moderna and its vaccines emerge directly from MIT and Harvard labs, which was then accelerated by corporate funding. Therefore, universities must push the boundaries of research and corporates must push the boundaries of executions. University must focus on breakthroughs and corporate must focus on scaling the breakthroughs. And together, we must create impact, not just in the markets, but in the very fabric of our Indian society. And so, let me propose some ideas. Together, we will create living laboratories here at IIT Kharagpur across high impact sectors that reflect the very challenges India must lead in. First is a renewable energy. By 2030, India aims to lead the world in our renewables. At Adani, we are building the world's largest renewable energy park in Khavda in the Kutch district of Gujarat. $30 gigawatt of capacity across 500 square kilometers. Imagine IIT KGP students co-developing AI-driven grid balancing solutions, real-time predictive maintenance, and sector-wide optimization tools. Second is ports and logistics. Adani Ports moves over 400 million tons of cargo annually. As the world's most integrated logistics player, even a single day delay can ripple through supply chains. IIT KGP talent can design machine learning-led berth scheduling, autonomous container handling, and a real-time logistics optimization systems. Third is the airport and a smart mobility. Adani Airports handles 100 million passengers a year across 7 of India's busiest hubs. This complex ecosystems spans transport, security, energy, and a passenger's experience. IIT KGP engineers could pioneer real-time crowd predictions, intelligent baggage handling, and IoT-enabled operations to set a new benchmarks. Building on these initiatives, we are launching the annual Adani IIT Platinum Jubilee Changemakers Fellowships, coordinated by IIT Kharagpur and covering every IIT. Its mission is to channel the nation's top talent into high-impact projects that advance national priorities. This framework creates a playbook for any major corporates to partner effectively with our top institutions. And together, we can accelerate India's sheer scale of talent into a force that in a decade can be a parallel to Silicon Valley. Now let me address the student in this audience, many of whom may be wondering, am I not too young to really make a difference? And the best way I can answer is tell you my own story, and hopefully you will have a few takeaways. My dear young friends, it was 1978, and as I walk onto the Ahmedabad railway platforms, awaiting the Gujarat mail to take me to Mumbai, I held 2 tickets in my hands. In one hand was a second-class tickets bought after 30 minutes in a crowded station queue. In the other hand was my ticket to freedom. At 16 years of age, like many of you, I too stood at a crossing. One track lead to the predictable safety of school, the other to the vast unknown of the city of Mumbai. But in my heart, there was a single unshakable belief that the train I was about to board was not just taking me to freedom in Mumbai, it was giving me the freedom to make my own choices. The freedom to build my life with my own hands. In Mumbai, my first job was sorting diamonds, and before long, I was trading in diamonds. That is where my real education began. Trading teaches you the loss is not the enemy. Hesitations is. And I realized something deeper. Only those who are truly free-minded make a good traders, because you learn to embrace risk, to make a fast decisions, and to be comfortable with the incomplete informations or losses you incur. The speed of decision making was to become my first operating philosophy for life. By the age of 19, I found myself back in Ahmedabad running my brother's polymers factory. I realized how integrated manufacturing and supply chains were not just background operations, but the core engines that decided who would dominate. It taught me the value of understanding and owning end-to-end integrated processes. This learning became the second operating philosophy that would guide every venture I would thereafter build. Then came the crisis of 1991. I was 29 when India was forced to open its doors to liberalizations. It was the start of a massive policy change. For me, with my willingness to take risk, it was a once-in-a-generation opportunity. I moved swiftly and stepped into polymer trading. Fast forward, and just 3 years later, we had overtaken everybody and built India's largest trading house. We then took it public. That was the birth of Adani Enterprises. I had turned 32. But success has its own way of revealing that you lack, and I realized that while I was a very good trader, I did not have an anchor. Without real assets in the real economy, I had no real foundations. One market crash, and I could be swept away. That is when the third operating philosophy became clear to me. You cannot build your empire on a ground you do not own. And this took me to Mundra. That was to become my karma bhumi. When I first announced my intentions to build a port in Mundra, most people thought I had lost my mind. Not just because I had never laid a single brick in my life, but because I chose to build the port within one of India's largest marshlands. I still recall that when I presented the idea, some of the bankers laughed and asked, Mr. Adani, how do you expect us to finance land that is under the water? And they were not wrong. Mundra had no access, no industries, no precedent. And a fast forward, and in less than 3 decades, Mundra became a continental scale logistics engine moving an astonishing 250 billion metric tons of cargo every year. And today, we run one of the world's largest integrated logistics networks made up of 21 national and international ports, rail networks, inland container depots, warehouses, and fulfillment centers. Thereafter, from ports, we moved into energy, and starting in 2007, we built the world's largest single location coal-based private power plant of 4,200 megawatts. And along with it, we also built India's first 1,000 kilometers high voltage DC transmission systems. Then we took over Mumbai's distribution network and followed it by building the world's largest solar plant of that time, 770 megawatt, all in just 9 months. And we continued expanding. Today, in less than 2 decades, our energy portfolios spans generation, transmission, distribution, LNG, LPG, city gas distributions, solar panel and wind turbines manufacturing, EV charging, batteries, hydrogen, and we are building at Khavda the world's largest hybrid renewable energy park over an area 5 times the size of Paris. Thereafter, from the gateways to the oceans and gateways to the deserts, we turn to the gateways of the skies of India. And 6 years ago, we stepped into airport business. Today, we own the largest fleet of airports, controlled by any single entity anywhere in the world. We move 100 million passengers annually, managing 28% of India's air passengers, and we also manage 40% of our India's air cargo. We are commissioning the Navi Mumbai airport later this year, which when complete will handle another 90 million passengers. And around each airport, we are creating urban ecosystems where air travel will merge seamlessly with a commerce, industries, retail, hospitality, and a residential living. No company has ever conceptualized such an integrated ecosystem at this scale. My young friends, I talk about Mundra, Khavda, our airports, because they were born not just from my spirit of entrepreneurship, but also from my optimisms that the India growth story is unstoppable. I have learned that any visionary private sector group can achieve scale only when it moves in a steps with the policies of a visionary government. And over the past decade, this mutual belief, the government's belief in India's potential, and my belief in the government policies gave us the runway to build at a pace that has made us India's largest infrastructure company. My dear students, the same is even more true for you. If you align your ambitions with India's rise, the peak of your careers will unfold alongside the peak of India's power. By 2050, when you are in your prime, you will be part of a $25 trillion Indian economy, shaping global debates, writing the rules, and setting the pace for the future. No other nation offers its youth an opportunity of this scale. Therefore, I always say there has never been a better time to be an Indian. And so, my dear friends, as I prepare to close, I leave you with 4 principles that I believe will define a greater Bharat in our time. First, you are the new freedom fighters of Bharat. 80 years ago, within the cold walls of the Hijli jail, young men and women your age fought for freedom. Today, your weapons are ideas, your ammunition is innovation, and your fight is for a sovereign India that submits to none. हिजली की गूंज, वीरों की जान, तेरा जुनून, भारत का मान। Second, build first for Bharat. From the fisherman of Kutch to the farmer of Kharagpur, our responsibility is to Bharat first. If we do not build for 1.4 billion of our own, we surrender to foreign flags. आत्मनिर्भर भारत, सबका नारा, दुनिया में चमके तिरंगा हमारा। Third, fortify our foundations. Infrastructure, technology, intellectual property, these are the roots of our freedom. Our nation, standing on borrowed soil, cannot hold its head high. अपनी धरती, अपनी पहचान, भारत गुंजे, भारत महान। Fourth, march as one team for Bharat. Walk alone, speed is possible. Walk together, greatness is inevitable. When academia and industries fuse into one mission squad, India is unstoppable. अदानी का संकल्प और केजीपी की शान, अदानी का संकल्प और केजीपी की शान, भारत का तिरंगा सबसे महान। And so, my friends, remember, Tridip Chaudhary at 19, locked in the Hijli jail for 7 years, and yet he returned to fight again for your freedom and mine. Remember, if I could take a train to Mumbai at 16 with nothing but belief, then you, with your knowledge and heritage, can go much farther. And remember, soon in your hands will be 2 tickets. One, to a comfortable life, maybe a foreign company, a safe job. The other, a ticket to stay, the drive to build for Bharat, to join this second freedom struggle. One train takes you to a salary, the other takes you to a legacy. And you must decide which train you will take, salary or a legacy. Only one train carries the pride of building Bharat. And therefore, I hope you stand tall and your journey begins with these words. ना झुकूंगा, ना रुकूंगा, यही है हमारा शान. ना झुकूंगा, ना रुकूंगा, यही है हमारा शान. भारत से सर्वश्रेष्ठ भारत, यही हमारा अभिमान. So, go, build so strong that no fear can chain us. Stand so tall that no empire can bend us. Rise so high that no force can stop us. Our Bharat awaits you. Vande Mataram. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. May we now request our director, Professor Shuman Chakraborty, to felicitate our honorable plenary speaker, Shri Gautam Adani ji. Just a word, our apologies for the disruption which was created initially, but as we all know that disruption leads to transformative change. And the change here was the perception of Shri Gautam Adani ji, not only an entrepreneur par excellence, but a star, a celebrity of the raw star power of a Virat Kohli or a Shah Rukh Khan. So that's why the students broke the barriers and came in. Thank you, sir. Thank you once again. And I'm sure this is the beginning of many more visits to Kharagpur IIT. Once again, our heartfelt gratitude and of course the wonderful plenary address giving us so many takeaways. Thank you. We'll go in for a short break and after that return with 2 cultural presentations from 2 schools. A short break.
चल इसके साथ ये
मम्मा
मत चल इसके साथ, ये पागल है, ये अकेले में बात करता है।
तेरी प्रीत का मन तेरी
I'm requesting everyone to please settle down. We are going to start. We have to be on time. We cannot afford to delay. Please take your seats and we will get started with the school children's program.
Students of St. Agnes Branch School, are you ready to come in? We are all ready and waiting for you. So as soon as the music starts, we expect the young angels from St. Agnes Branch School to come in and start their program. Can we request you, please? Someone please communicate to the students who I think are waiting outside that we are ready for their performance. Right. So, can we have the music, please? Everyone ready for the performance? Music, please.
मत खेल इसके साथ, यह पागल है, यह अकेले में बात करता है।
तीन जन कौन है? तीन जन स्टार्टिंग का कौन है? हटेगा। तीन जन स्टार्टिंग का कौन है? जाओ जल्दी। Put your place fast. मिडिल पार्ट कौन सा है? थोड़ा इधर लेके आओ। अरे जहाँ पे हाँ ऑफिस में उस साइड कर। हाँ उस साइड कर। ऑडियंस चल हो जाओ पोजीशन। जिसका पोजीशन है प्लीज ले लो। गो बोलो टेक योर पोजीशन फास्ट ये कंप्लीट इसके ऊपर से लाना है। अरे यार मेरे को इधर से जाना था। हटो बेटा, पोडियम के ऊपर से लो। ओए अपने ऊपर ले लो, अपने ऊपर ले लो कपड़ा, अपने ऊपर कपड़ा ले लो। वेरी गुड, हम दिखा देगा स्लोली। चलो एकदम जगह नहीं होगा, बहुत दिक्कत हो जाएगा। ना हमें हेल्प कर देगा। एक बोलने सर रुक जाओ सर। आप नहीं लगेगा এই পোডিয়ামটা এখন লাগবে না তো। এই পোডিয়ামটা কি করতে লাগবে? ও অনামিকা ম্যাডাম, আরে বলে দিবেন কি প্রোগ্রাম হচ্ছে না হচ্ছে, আমাকে তো ফ্রেশলি বলবেন।
खेल इसके साथ, ये पागल है, ये अकेले में बात करता है। मुझे नहीं खेलना तुम्हारे साथ, तुम जाओ यहाँ से। हम तुम्हारे दोस्त नहीं बन सकते, तुम खुद से बात करते हो, तुम कुछ नहीं कर सकते, प्लीज जाओ यहाँ से, गो।
मम्मा, कोई मेरे साथ खेलना नहीं चाहता, सब कहते हैं मैं पागल हूँ, खुद से बात करता हूँ, पर मैं तो आपसे बात करता हूँ ना मम्मा। मैं आपको बहुत मिस करता हूँ मम्मा, आई मिस यू सो मच।
जीना जीना उड़ा गुलाल माही तेरी चुनरिया लहराए। जीना 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 रे उड़ा गुलाल माही तेरी चुनरिया लहराए। रंग तेरी रीत का, रंग तेरी प्रीत का, रंग तेरी जीत का है लाई लाई लाई। रंग तेरी रीत का, रंग तेरी प्रीत का, माही तेरी चुनरिया लहराए। जब जब मुझे पे उठा सवाल, माही तेरी चुनरिया लहराए। जीना जीना रे उड़ा गुलाल माही तेरी चुनरिया लहराई।
मत खेल इसके साथ, ये पागल है, ये अकेले में इसके साथ, ये पागल है, ये अकेले में बात करता है। मुझे नहीं खेलना तुम्हारे साथ, तुम दोस्त नहीं बन सकते, हम तुम्हारे दोस्त नहीं बन सकते, तुम खुद से बात करते हो, प्लीज जाओ, कुछ नहीं कर सकते, प्लीज जाओ यहाँ से।
किस्मत में बांटे हैं राहों में कांटे, और मैं भी हूँ से दिया हूँ किस्मत के आड़े। मैं रोके रुकूं तू की राह में उठूं, बिजली तोड़ कर फैलाऊंगा मैं, पर तुझमें कितना है जोर तू लगा ले, मगर हंस के कट जाएगा ना झुकेगा ये सर। जान लेके किस्मत में बांटे हैं राहों में कांटे हैं, मैं रोके रुकूं तू की राह में उठूं। रेगिस्तानों में आग है जितनी है लहू खोलता मेरा इत्तेगो में, फिर भी खाकसारों को खाक ही काफी। रस मुझको है खामोशी मेरी, बेजुबान से मैं रहा, बेगुनाह सहता मैं रहा, बेजुबान से मैं रहा, बेगुनाह सहता मैं रहा। जान लेके किस्मत में बांटे हैं राहों में कांटे हैं, किस्मत में बांटे हैं राहों में कांटे हैं। सौ सवाल है, सौ हैरानतें, ये तनाव पे
ऐसे ही कितने लोग हैं जो खुद से रोज लड़ते हैं, अपने अंदर की नेगेटिविटी और पॉजिटिविटी के बीच फंसे रह जाते हैं। अकेलेपन से, डर से किसी से कुछ नहीं कह पाते। उन्हें ज़रूरत है तो सिर्फ एक साथ की, एक हाथ की, जो उन्हें अंधेरे से रोशनी की ओर ले जा सके। उनके तरफ एक उम्मीद का हाथ बढ़ाइए। आपका बढ़ाया हुआ हाथ किसी की ज़िंदगी बचा सकता है, किसी को नई ज़िंदगी दे सकता है।
तुम कौन हो?
मैं तुम ही हूँ, तुम्हारे अंदर की आवाज़। डरो मत, तुम्हें कुछ नहीं होगा।
Thank you so much. That was a beautiful presentation by the students of St. Agnes Brunt School. So we take this opportunity to, I think there is more to come, I guess. Another cultural presentation by the DAV Model School. DAV Model School, IIT.
सारे, बहुत सारे। क्या बहुत सारे? अच्छा, बताती हूँ। सूरज एक, चंदा एक, तारे अनेक। तारों को अनेक भी कहते हैं? नहीं नहीं, देखो फिर से। सूरज एक, चंदा एक, एक 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 करके तारे भले अनेक। ठीक से समझाओ ना दीदी। देखो देखो एक गिलहरी, पीछे पीछे अनेक गिलहरियाँ। एक तितली, एक और तितली, एक 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 करके हो गई अब अनेक तितलियाँ। समझ गया दीदी? एक उंगली अनेक उंगलियाँ। हाँ दीदी दीदी, वो देखो अनेक चिड़िया। अनेक चिड़ियों की कहानी सुनोगे? हाँ हाँ। एक चिड़िया, एक एक करके अनेक चिड़िया। दाना चुगने आई चिड़िया। हमें भी सुनाओ ना। तो सुनो फिर से। एक चिड़िया, अनेक चिड़िया, दाना चुगने बैठ गई थी। हाय राम, पर वहाँ व्याध ने एक जाल बिछाया था। व्याध? व्याध कौन दीदी? व्याध चिड़िया पकड़ने वाला। फिर क्या हुआ दीदी? व्याध ने उन्हें पकड़ लिया, मार डाला। हिम्मत से अगर जुटे रहे तो, छोटे हो पर मिले रहे तो, बड़ा काम भी होवे भैया, बड़ा काम भी होवे भैया। एक दो तीन। चतुर चिड़िया, सयानी चिड़िया, मिलजुल कर जाल लेकर भागी चिड़िया। हो गए एक, बन गई ताकत, बन गई हिम्मत। दीदी, अगर हम एक हो जाए तो बड़ा काम कर सकते हैं। हाँ हाँ, क्यों नहीं। अच्छा, एक गठ, हाँ, बड़ा आएगा। हिंद देश के निवासी सभी जन एक हैं। 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 रंग रूप वेश भाषा चाहे अनेक 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 हैं। एक अनेक, एक अनेक।
Thank you so much. Thank you, students of DAV Model School. We would now go on to the felicitation of former directors, former teachers, and senior alumni by our director. So we would be welcoming our director onto the dais. Our director, Professor Shumon Chakraborty, would be felicitating the following. I would be calling upon former teachers, Professor Jagadish Chandra Mishra, former professor and head Department of Mathematics, IIT Kharagpur. Our director would be felicitating Professor Jagdish Chandra Mishra. Professor Jagdish Chandra Mishra was our former professor and head of the Department of Mathematics. And Professor Uday Kumar Chatterjee, former professor, Department of Metallurgical and Materials Engineering, IIT Kharagpur. We welcome Professor Uday Kumar Chatterjee. Uday Kumar Chatterjee. We are awaiting Professor Uday Kumar Chatterjee. There he is. Retired as professor from Department of Metallurgical and Materials Engineering. And I would request Professor Biplab Kanti Sengupta to be ready to come to the dais. Biplab Kanti Sengupta to be ready to come to the dais. Thank you, Professor Uday Kumar Chatterjee. And Professor Biplab Kanti Sengupta. I don't think he is here at the auditorium at this moment. So Professor Siddhartha Dotto. Professor Siddhartha Dotto, is he here? Shall I move on to Professor R.N. Dotto? All right. Professor R.N. Dotto, there he is, right at the back of the auditorium. So, in case you have to travel this far to the dais, I would be sort of giving you advance notice, like Professor Soumitra Banerjee and Professor Ashish Bhattacharjee would be requested to come onto the dais. But right here we have Professor R.N. Dotto, former professor, Department of Architecture and Regional Planning, Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur. Professor R.N. Dotto. Professor Soumitra Banerjee and Professor Ashish Bhattacharjee would also be requested to come to the dais. Thank you so much, Professor Dotto. Professor Soumitra Banerjee, he's not here. Professor Ashish Bhattacharjee, there he is. Former professor, Department of Mining Engineering, IIT Kharagpur. Professor Ashish Bhattacharjee, thank you so much. Right. So, we move on to the former directors. We have Professor Damodar Acharya, an eminent academician and educationist. He served as the director of this August Institute from 2007 to 2012. Professor Damodar Acharya. Professor Damodar Acharya. There he is. And once again, I would like to give advance notice to Professor Amitabh Ghosh. He's just left. Okay, all right. So we have in the former director category, Professor Damodar Acharya. Thank you, sir, for making it to your former workplace. Thank you very much. From former to the present, the legacy continues. Thank you so much. So we move on to our esteemed alumni and Mr. Niladri Bagchi. Are you there, sir? Mr. Niladri Bagchi or Mr. Omol Kanti Bishwas or Mr. Amitabh Chakraborty? Anyone from the alumni? At this moment, at least, the alumni is not here. So we will move on to what we have in our schedule next. Thank you, sir. Right. So we now go on to the conferment of the Institute Chair Professor Awards, the Faculty Excellence Awards, and the Staff Excellence Awards. In fact, I should not have asked, thanked the director, which he took as a cue for leaving, because he would have to give these awards too. But the name of the awardees would be read out by, first, the conferment of the Institute Chair Professor Awards. This would be read out by our Dean Faculty, Professor Shomesh Kumar. For Professor Shomesh Kumar would be reading this out.
I request Dr. Ranjit Rath just to come and join us on the stage. It's my pleasure to announce Faculty Excellence Awards for the year 2025. It's actually proud moment for the faculty members who have, due to their contributions to the institute, to the research, and to the academic life, that they are being recognized. So it's a proud moment for them, and it's a proud moment for the institute to recognize their contributions. We have a few categories of the Faculty Excellence Awards. I would first announce Institute Chair Professor. It has been given to Professor Sudeep Mishra, a professor in the Computer Science and Engineering. Professor Sudeep Mishra, congratulations to you. Next, we have the category of the Faculty Excellence Awards. This is at the professor level. It is Professor Surikant Pal from Mechanical Engineering Department. Congratulations, Professor Pal. The next category of the awards is in the Faculty Excellence Awards for the Associate Professor level. I will be reading in the sequence. So the first one goes to Dr. Pur Barun Dhar from Mechanical Engineering Department. Congratulations. The next one goes to Dr. Sandeep Chakraborty from Computer Science and Engineering Department. Congratulations. Next one is Dr. Jainaran Kuti Parvat from the Center of Ocean, Rivers, Atmospheric and Land Sciences, Coral. Congratulations. The next one is Dr. Saptarshi Ghosh from the Computer Science and Engineering Department. Congratulations. The next one is Dr. Mohammad Saud Afzal from the Department of Civil Engineering. Congratulations. The next one is Dr. Suman Maiti. He is an associate professor in the Department of Electrical Engineering. Congratulations. Next, we have the awards for the faculty excellence at the assistant professor level. The first name is Dr. Sunita Mishra from the Department of Mining Engineering. Congratulations. The next one is Dr. Gorachand Datta from the School of Medical Science and Technology. The next is Dr. Indranath Chakravarti from the School of Nanoscience and Technology. Next is Dr. Shamik Chaudhary from the School of Environmental Science and Engineering. Next, we have Dr. Suman Kalyan Samanta from the Department of Chemistry. Then we have the award in the category of Technology Development and Deployment Excellence Award. It goes to Professor Subhashish Basu Majumdar from the Material Science Center. So that brings an end to this category of awards. Thank you.
Sir, you please stay back. All right. We now move on to, may I first call upon the Dean Administration, Professor K.L. Panigrahi, for the Staff Excellence Awards. He would be reading out the recipients' names.
Namaskar. So it's my great privilege to announce the names of the Staff Excellence Awardee for the year 2025. So I'll call from our Group A officers and then I'll go to Group B and C category of staffs. Sri Bablu Sutradhar. He is our librarian in the Central Library. Anamika Das, she is Technical Officer at Agricultural and Food Engineering Department. Sri Subhasish Sahu, he is software engineer at our ERP. The next one is Muhammad Abir Kesi. He is not here, so I'll call the next name. Juliet Karmakar Mandal, she is our senior counselor at our South unit. Now I'll go to group B stops. Sri Chandan Mandal, he is senior technical superintendent in the mechanical engineering department. Sri Bibhas Chandra Jana, he is our senior technical superintendent at chemical engineering department. Sri Apurva Adhikari, he is technical superintendent at electronics and electrical communication engineering. Sri Ujjal Haldar, he is technical superintendent in the Department of Physics. Sri Ram Samer Singh, he is senior technical superintendent in the Agriculture and Food Engineering Department. Sri Devasish Sil is junior executive in the Ranbir and Chitra Gupta School of Infrastructure Design and Management. Sri Sujan Kanti Lodh, he is senior assistant engineer in our CCM section. Sri Uttam Basak, he is senior assistant engineer in the internal electrical and maintenance department. Sri Dilip Kumar Sana, he is senior technical superintendent in CRF. Sri Subhasish Ghatak, he is senior assistant engineer grade 1 in our refrigeration and air conditioning unit. Mir Imtiaz Alam, he is executive in the recruitment section. Sri Anirban Paul, he is junior executive in the account section. Sri Vijay Kumar Sharma, he is junior executive in PIO. Sri Gautam Reza, he is senior executive in the CCM section. Now I'll move on to the group C. Sri Gautam Day is driver grade 1 in our transport unit. Sri Aruna Bhaudas, he is senior assistant in Vinod Gupta School of Management. Sri Mantu Bhunia, he is senior multitasking staff grade 1 in Civil Engineering Department. Sri Ajoy Kumar Das, Senior Assistant in Architecture and Regional Planning. Sri Tanmoy Ghosal, he is Junior Technician in Electronics and Electrical Communication Engineering. Sri Rajesh De, he is Junior Technician in Rubber Technology Center. Sri Meghnath Prasad, Senior Assistant in our Central Library. Sri Durgapada Singh, he is Senior Multitasking Staff, Grade 1 in Swiss. That ends the Staff Excellence Awardees list. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And now, may I call upon the Dean Alumni Affairs, Professor Siddhartha Mukhopadhyay, to conduct the following conferment, which is for the Alumni Chair Professor Awards and the Young Alumni Achiever Award.
An excellent suggestion from the director. May I invite General Saha sir to please be with us when we give the Faculty Excellence Awards and chair professorships which are funded by alumni. It'll be excellent. So I first present the Gajriya Faculty Excellence Award, which is given to Professor Shantanu Panda, Assistant Professor, Department of Chemistry, for his outstanding contributions towards teaching and research. The next award is the Gajriya Chair Professorship, which is awarded to Professor Nilmoni Sharkar, who is a professor of the Department of Chemistry. Professor Sharkar. There are two other awards which will be awarded in absentia. The A.S. Davis Chair Professorship has been awarded to Professor Magdali Ramagopal, who is a professor of the Department of Mechanical Engineering. He is not able to be here today. And the Shurojit and Sanchoita Chair Professorship has been awarded to Professor Niloy Ganguly of the Department of Computer Science and Engineering. Professor Ganguly also is not here today. So we celebrate the award. The last award for now is the G.S. Sanyal Faculty Excellence Award 2025, which is awarded, this award is sponsored by the IIT Kharagpur Foundation, USA, in memory of the legendary Professor Gitindra Sharan Sanyal, whom we all know and we can never forget. The G.S. Sanyal Faculty Excellence Award 2025 is presented to Professor Shunando Dasgupta of the Department of Chemical Engineering. So that completes the alumni-funded faculty awards.
Thank you so much. And now, once again, we would request our students to sing the national song.
Yeah. So there are awards for the alumni. Yeah, I think we can all take seats. This is a bit of a mix-up. May I invite Mr. Arjun Malhotra, none better. So, and the director, of course. First, I will announce the Young Alumni Achiever Award. There are several awardees, and several of them are present here today. I'll begin with Mr. Kunal Sikku from the 2007 batch, BTech in Computer Science, RP Hall. Is currently serving as a special secretary in the Labor Department in recognition of his outstanding public service, innovations in administrative services, etc. IIT Kharagpur is proud to honor him the Young Alumni Achiever Award. The next is Ms. Jayati Singh from the 2012 batch. Ms. Jayati Singh of the 2012 batch, MBA in Business Management, Mother Teresa Hall, is currently serving as CEO, Zila Panchayat Ujjain, in recognition of her outstanding contributions to public administration and digital transformation for community development. The next one is to Mr. Biplab Kumar Lenin from the 2012 batch again, LLB in Intellectual Property, M Hall, is a partner at Cyril Amarchand Mangaldas and a visiting faculty at the Indian Institute of Management, Bodh Gaya, in recognition of his outstanding contributions towards defining healthcare regulatory strategy and capacity building in the healthcare ecosystem. The next is Mr. Kumar Shivashish from the 2018 batch, MSc in Mathematics, Patel Hall, is serving as the Superintendent of Police, Jamshedpur IPS, in recognition of his exceptional public services, technological innovation in police services, and tireless effort towards women's safety, juvenile justice, anti-drug initiatives. The next is Mr. Anish Jain from the 2007 batch, BTech in Computer Science, Azad Hall, is the founder and CEO of Gram Unnati, in recognition of his remarkable contributions to agricultural transformations and rural development. The next is Mr. Rajiv Agarwal from the 2008 batch, BTech in Metallurgical Engineering, RK Hall. He is the founder and CEO of the EduVerse Group in recognition of his innovative contribution in education, entrepreneurship, and social empowerment. The next is Miss Pragya Arora from the 2017 batch, LLB in Intellectual Property. Is the founder and managing partner of PA Legal in recognition of her outstanding achievements in providing end-to-end IP solution and her exemplary role as educator and advocate for IP awareness. The next is Mr. Ankit Mathur from the 2005 batch, BTech in Mechanical Engineering, Nehru Hall, is the Vice President at ITC Limited in recognition of his transformational leadership, innovative and impactful contributions to industry and society. There are three other awardees who will be awarded in absentia. Dr. Manojit Pramanik from the 2002 batch, BTech in Electrical Engineering, LLR Hall, is a Northrop Grumman Associate Professor at Iowa State University in recognition of his outstanding contributions to biomedical optics and medical imaging research. Then Dr. Vivek Kumar Chaudhary from the 2007 batch, dual degree in Mechanical Engineering, RK Hall, is an assistant professor in Information Technology and Operations Management at Nanyang Business School, Nanyang Technological University, Singapore, in recognition of his exceptional contributions to academia and socially impactful innovations. Mr. Jitendra Kumar from the 2012 batch, BTech in Civil Engineering, RK Hall, is an Indian film actor in recognition of his exemplary contributions to Indian entertainment industry. To the Indian entertainment industry, we have experienced his performance many times. Yeah. So next, I will go to the Distinguished Service Awards. This year's awardees are Wing Commander Vishwanathan Shankar, 1973 BSc Physics, 1977 MSc. Trustee and Executive Director, Pamal Sankara Group of Healthcare Institutions. For his exemplary service in the Indian Air Force, impactful leadership in healthcare and IT. And of course, dedicated contributions to alumni activities. Mr. Dipankar Moitra is next, 1979 BTech, Mining, RP Hall, CEO, founder of Excel Software Systems Private Limited, for his pioneering role in strengthening alumni engagement and industry academia collaborations, in promoting brand IIT Kharagpur across central India. The next is Ms. Surupa Shaw, 2008 BTech, Naval Architecture, SNIG Hall, Assistant Professor at Texas A&M University, for her dedicated leadership in the Pan IIT and IIT KGP Houston chapter, strengthening alumni networks, outreach, and global collaborations. Next is Mr. Manish Kirtania, 1991 MTech, Industrial Management, LLR Hall, Global Head Market Research and Sales Advisory, Tata Consultancy Services, for his distinguished leadership in market research and sales advisory at Tata Consultancy Services and his continued contributions to the alumni community. Then Mr. P. Bhaskara Rao, 1977, M.Tech, Industrial Management, JCB Hall, Managing Director in Swiss Labs Private Limited, for his entrepreneurial excellence in affordable healthcare and his long-standing philanthropic support to education, youth initiatives, and alumni activities. One award in absentia, Mr. Sanjay Kumar Mishra, 1980, B.Tech, Metallurgy, RP Hall, retired professor, University of Kansas, for his global academic leadership, pioneering contributions to entrepreneurship education at IIT Kharagpur. The last award is the Nina Saxena Excellence in Technology Award, which was instituted to celebrate the inspiring memory of Nina Saxena, who received her B.Tech honors in 1992 from the Electronics and Electrical Communication Engineering by her family. This year's awardee is Mobile Satellite Service-Based National Satcom Networks for Asset Tracking Applications. This is a technology which has been developed by a team of ISRO Ahmedabad, led by Dr. Chandra Prakash and his team at the Satellite Communication Technology Division, ISRO Ahmedabad. The Nina Saxena Excellence in Technology Award. Dr. Chandra Prakash and his team. So this ends the Alumni Awards.
Thank you so much. A new age awareness that tardiness also pays. Being late leads to awards. Former teachers, we were felicitating them. They were supposed to get the award from the director. Now they have a bonus. We have Arjun Malhotra ji also on the stage. So in this changed circumstances, can I call upon Professor Biplab Kanti Shingupto, former professor and head, Department of Architecture and Regional Planning, Indian Institute of Technology. So this time it is both the director and Shri Arjun Malhotra doing the honors. I would also call upon Professor Siddhartha Dotto, former professor, Department of Mining Engineering, IIT Kharagpur. Professor Siddhartha Dotto, former professor, Department of Mining Engineering, former professor, Department of Architecture. Okay. Well, I can only go by what is written here. Right. Professor Siddhartha Dotto, former professor, Department of Architecture. Thank you so much. Right. So now, ladies and gentlemen, you can safely stand for the national song. on that melodious note, we break and we will reconvene as soon as possible.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Good evening, everyone. We, the students of DAV Model School, IIT Kharagpur, are going to present a Gayatri Stotram. This composition is based on an evening raga, which is Raga Multani. This is an ode to the academic luminosity of this glorious institution. We hope this composition resides in your hearts even long after this comes to an end. Thank you.
दिव्यगन्धानुलिप्तङ्गे दिव्यस्रग्धामभूषिते वेदमाता नमस्तुभ्यं त्रयस्ते महेश्वरी दिव्यगन्धानुलिप्तङ्गे दिव्यस्रग्धामभूषिते वेदमाता नमस्तुभ्यं त्रयस्ते महेश्वरी कमलासाजी सरस्वती नमोस्तुते नमः पंकजा पत्राक्षी महामाये अमृता जय
Thank you. A wonderful performance indeed. And now we move on to a session where we are going to talk about our endowment and partnership that we see in the future. And the first invited speaker in this session is Dr. Ranjit Roth, Chairman and MD, Oil India Limited. Oil India Limited has a very, very beautiful acronym, which is OIL. Right. So Dr. Roth is currently, as we all know, that he is the CMD of OIL, that is Oil India Limited, but he's also an alumnus of IIT Bombay and IIT Kharagpur. Dr. Roth has spent in the domain of geosciences 26 years, and naturally he has vast experience and expertise. And he had received from the Honorable President of India the prestigious National Geosciences Award. He has so many achievements that it would take me a good 1 hour to talk about all of them. So do excuse me. In any case, it is not needed as Dr. Roth is so well known in his area. We welcome Dr. Ranjit Roth.
Good evening. I think when I speak here, one thing she missed. First of all, thank you very much for that gracious introduction. But most important, I represent as a EC member of Alumni Foundation of India. So that's a better introduction. I would like to take that. And on behalf of the foundation, let me first compliment the respected director, all the faculties who has curated this program, and then we are aware that next 2 years, we are going to witness some phenomenal amount of work in terms of the display of the IIT Kharagpur credentials, future, and the IIT system celebration. So I would request if we can give a huge round of applause to the person, none other than Professor Suman, who is leading this in the front and doing it so well. Now, a couple of things which I would like to share as part of being a student. We all revere our alma mater, and whatever we are, even this is whatever we are today is all because of the parents, and most importantly are the revered teachers who shape us, who shape our career, who shape our persona, who shape everything that we are. So no need to say that it is because of IIT Kharagpur that I stand here in front of you with the portfolio that I carry, with the responsibilities that I enjoy doing it. Now on that particular exercise, I would like to share 3 things. One, the last EC meeting which we had yesterday, where Director Professor Suman shared a thought process, how do we enhance our industry-academia collaboration? One thing which was very, very evident yesterday discussion, that more cross-talk in terms of technical collaborations of the expertise that is available within IIT and then the industry, what industry would require. Just to give you an assurance, sir, today morning we already had a discussion with geology, geophysics and the exploration geophysics group, and I would also be open to the idea that Oil India would collaborate with all these initiatives where we have already agreed to take these discussions into more engagements. We have invited faculties from these departments and any other department for that matter, because we see that entire oil and gas value chain has so much to offer. So we have already extended a standing invitation. The faculties could come to our operational area, witness and discuss what are those problem statements which we can fund in terms of research collaboration. One more thing which Deputy Director Ma'am yesterday was saying is our credentials in terms of collaborations of external universities or universities of overseas credentials. So that is also something we discussed today. we would like to have proposals of faculties as principal investigators backed by the global universities of repute. The third thing that we also discussed today, and I would take the liberty of taking your consent, that under the auspice of Swachh Bharat mission, we have a mandate to do compressed biogas plant out of agricultural residue, which we have plenty here in this part of the country, and the municipal solid waste. So this morning I had a brief discussion with Director IIT Kharagpur. He has graciously agreed, and we are going to have a small DPR done, which would necessarily require a kind of collaboration, which we already have, to have two systems. One is collection of the municipal solid waste and segregation thereof, and collection of the agricultural residue that we get in and around Kharagpur. This particular initiative can be tagged along with the Rural Development Center, where we need about 10 to 15 acres of land, and I'm sure Director Sir has already consented for that. Plus, we need utilities for running the plant. Now, the idea is once the DPR is done, it will be an investment of about 150 to 200 crore, and that capex will be with us. And the idea is that this will be part of the Swachh Bharat mission, which is Honorable Prime Minister's vision. And we could also utilize this particular plant, which will take about 18 months' time to construct, to carry out any such research in the field of sustainability and in the field of plastic technology or anything that could be done. And I have already discussed the compressed biogas that we will produce will be PNGRB spec, so that can be used for all our labs as part of the research. So this is where we could have a more detailed discussion or a term sheet between Oil India and IIT Kharagpur, and we will be very happy to take this initiative forward. And once again, I would compliment on behalf of the foundation, where we are very eagerly working towards this particular initiative and the 75th year celebration. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Now may I invite the Dean, International Relations, Professor Anuduru Bhattacharya, on stage. And Professor Bhattacharya would be here and felicitating, conducting the entire outreach, industry, and external collaboration efforts that we have. We have some of the people representing various institutions are here, and some would be joining us digitally, right? So we start with Unicorn India Ventures. Or may I request the Dean to kindly take over from here. Thank you.
Before we move on to the session, we missed out on a small thing. My mistake, I did not put it in the itinerary. I request our director, Professor Suman Chakraborty, please come on stage and felicitate the invited speaker, Dr. Ranjit Roth. बनाया है Thank you, everyone. And I think while the crowd in the auditorium has thinned, it is really thickening in the virtual world. I was just looking at the YouTube, live YouTube telecast that is happening. and more people are joining from across the world, including the Americas, where it is just becoming, and it's dawn right now. So this is indeed a happy occasion, and the first session here is outreach, industry, and external collaborations. So I'm going to call out the partners, and in some cases a team, and they will come over and make the announcement. And in certain cases, we have a signing of an MOU or a letter of intent that will happen live on stage. So the first, I'm going to invite from Wheels Global Foundation, they have a large team, Dr. Raj Shah and team. Sir, it's our privilege to have you here today. Please come and make your announcements. The stage is yours.
Arjun ji. Can we have one more chair? First of all, thank you very much for this opportunity. Sumanji, I have worked closely with you for the last 5 years. And for those who are here, I'm at IIT Kharagpur, but I'm not an IITian. I have been made honorary IITian. I'm a cardiologist, and IIT alumni, they form a foundation called Wills Global Foundation. Wills Global Foundation, it's not the Wills that you think of it, but it's an acronym which stands for water, healthcare, education, energy, livelihood, and sustainability. These 6 areas, which then President Kalam inspired IIT alumni during their convention in Bombay, that all of you IITians, technocrats of the world, you have solved so many problems of the world. But remember, and Mr. Adani also mentioned, IIT being government institution, and for that matter, medical college is run by government, our education is financed by the taxpayers of India. We are successful because of our education. Although it's not our legal duty, but it's a moral duty to give back when you have enough for yourself, for your family, for your loved one. And I think with that spirit, IIT alumni in 2006, under the leadership of none other than distinguished alumni and now the Hall of Famer, Arjunji, Hitendra Ghosh, graduate from the 3rd batch of IIT, 1953, he graduated in 1958. At age 88, he's still the most energetic person in our organization, and many others have created this organization. In this organization, we donate. We ourselves make a commitment, and from that small capex, we support research and development of a technology-leveraged solution. We are not a funding agency, but we'll use our money. Every year we collect $200,000 or $300,000 to create the solution with the help of IITians. That's the beauty of this organization. Now, obviously, in Will's 6 areas, water, I'm going to mention healthcare, but energy, education, livelihood, sustainability. Technology has been technocrats have been very good. But in healthcare, that was a missing link, and that's when knowing my personal passion for technology, I was inducted after they made exception in their bylaws, and I became one of the board member and the chairman of the Health Council. And with help of everybody, we have created a group of more than 100 people under Health Council doing various different projects, and particularly during COVID, we created access to 15,000 patients in 300 villages, creating telemedicine centers. During this time, we needed oxygen concentrators. I was, through Hitenda and Arjunji, I was connected with none other than our current director, Sumanji, and we worked to develop few things, rapid COVID testing. He helped us to create a low-cost oxygen concentrator, and we'll participate in that research. And knowing his expertise, he has been kind enough to serve as a director of our R&D in medical devices, which has been so dear to him and also very dear to me, where I want to see the technology which is affordable, accessible, easily usable, and it can reach to the last mile, particularly rural area. And that's also the mission of Wills Global, is to help rural and underserved people. And our goal is to reach 20% of rural population. I'm talking about 200 million. And so far, we have already reached, through several programs, more than 25 million. And we'll be reaching that goal in next 5 years. So with this mission and with this zeal to give back, we are here to make few announcements. And of course, I'm given less than 5 minutes, and I'm sorry, I'm going to take a little bit more than 5 minutes, so you have to put up with me. The team that I have, we are myself, and I'm the chairman, and vice chairman is Dr. Kansupada. He's my partner in cardiology practice. He's also a physician. He worked with me for the last 30 years, and he's also my nephew. He's passionate about integrated medicine and mental, we don't call it mental health. We call it now resilience training, because mental health has a kind of not a good connotation. So we find that in particularly IITs and medical colleges, the burnout of students from the stress is leading to so many suicides, and we lose so many brilliant lives. That must be prevented. On that base, Sumanji has already created here a dean for students' welfare and understanding their problem. We have created a program for mental resilience training with help of our software called My Smart Care Doc, a platform which brings in a screening through PickMind, created by none other than IIT Delhi 1998 graduate, Mr. Neeraj Kumar, through his company called PickMind. We also have a yoga and meditation training through a proven research by Ishan Shivanand. He'll be joining us tomorrow. He could not join us today, which allows you to practice that and help to prevent burnout and help to reduce the suicide and other sad consequences that we face in our institution. So today, we signed that with director and all of us a MOU which was executed this morning. And Sumanji, thank you very much for giving us that opportunity to bring that program to IIT Kharagpur. We have already initiated this program at IIT Ropar. We are in talk, at least request has been made from IIT Bhubaneswar, and our Professor Satya is here. I visited him last year at IIT Tirupati. So various institutions will be doing that will be providing the initial resources, and it will be carried out at the institutions. So that's my big announcement that we had. We will be pledging a fund for the research and development of low-cost diagnostic medical devices under the leadership of Professor Chakrabarty and the department that he will be carrying. It will be a $10,000 to start with, which will be given to them. Thank you. We will be establishing a clinic, which is hybrid telemedicine, so that we can provide remote care and in-person, in cooperation with One World, One Family, Madhusudan Sai Foundation, which is being donated by IIT Kharagpur alumnus, Mr. Hitendra Ghosh, who will be financing it for 5 years at a capex of $25,000, which will run, and we will be providing the service to the poor people. And that will also be you can call it a place or a lab where initial medical devices, etc., can be tested. So it will be a testing laboratory as well. So that we will be doing it, and it will be established under the WIS Global, One World, One Foundation, to be donated by Hitendra Ghosh, and that will be in the memory of his colleague, Padmanabh Kaur, who was his mentor in Urbana University in in Illinois, and that will be another thing we'll be doing. We'll also be giving a educational, rural education grant and provide the equipment to Uchilati Junior High School, if I'm saying it correct, under the leadership of Mrs. Chakrabarty, and we'll be providing the equipment as well as software for so-called School in a Box, which is developed by WIS Global Foundation. Now, the reason I flew here, I got a call from Sumanji. He announced, and we have been talking about healthcare is a major area utilizing technology. Healthcare technology, even from business point of view, America alone spends $1 trillion every year. So it's a huge opportunity, and there's a great need for the humanity. And Sumanji and I must say, Arjunji, he's one of the passionate about healthcare and healthcare technology. And equally, I'm passionate about that. So we will bring that. We talked about right now, doctors and technocrats work in a two silo. They develop something, technocrat, doctor needs something. There is no communication, no interaction. So sometimes what you develop, we doctors don't need, and what we need, yes. So I'm told, so I'll cut it short. So talking about this, we decided that we should explore the possibility of creating a dual degree IIT BTech and MBBS degree program at IIT Kharagpur. That will wait all the regulations, etc., but the start will happen, and I know under his leadership, it will be something unique which no IIT has done so far. And in that line, my most important announcement, I'm going to make a personal pledge that first 100 students who joined that dual degree program, their entire fees, I will finance and pay for it. It will be through Wills Global, it will be my personal pledge at a rate of 50,000 rupees, which is the cost of 5-year medical program for 100 students. First 100 students, I will finance. I want to see those doctors with that dual degree coming out and working for humanity, bringing healthcare technology to that. Thank you very much. Now, before I leave, I must introduce some of the members I have. Of course, Arjunji, you know, Dr. Bindu Kansupada. Bindu will be conducting a session for, with the faculty talking about mental health program. We have, and Ishanji may or may not join because his flight from London is delayed. So Bindu will also show the practical demonstration. We have Neeraj Kumar from PickMind app that he has developed. So he will show that live also to students tomorrow evening. We are meeting with IIT students. We have Professor Kannan Magdalia, IIT Bombay, professor, developer and pioneer of spoken tutorials, which has been used by 7 to 10 million students to get technology education. But he's also pioneer in developing healthcare, and in that healthcare, we have used that in our newborn mother nutrition program. And so far, we have trained 25,000 workers in Madhya Pradesh. We are going to have that in 4 different states. So, Professor Mugdala, and your own IIT Kharagpur alumnus, Mrs. Sujata Roy. She's also president of Wills Global India. So, thank you very much all. Thank you.
Okay, may I have the honor to request our director to give a small token of, a small memento to Wills Global Foundation. While, okay. Next I'm going to, okay, sorry. Okay, while we are waiting, I would now request the next group, Open Health Systems Lab and Digital Twin Consortium. So we have Shri Jeevan Saini and Mr. Pushpendra Gupta to represent them. So a small token of appreciation for Wills Global Foundation. And the MOU was signed with them today morning.
This belongs to this young man.
Okay.
Actually, he deserves all the credit, not me. And Sumanji.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, may I request Mr. Jeevan Saini and Mr. Pushpendra Gupta to please come and make their announcements.
Good evening, esteemed professors, guests, and everyone. It's my pleasure to be here. My name is P.K. Gupta. I represent Digital Twin Consortium, India and Southeast Asia. I also work for Dell as a global CTO for Global Alliances based out of Singapore. It's really my pleasure to announce the MOU we are signing with IIT Kharagpur in collaboration with Digital Twin Consortium and OHSL, where we will be driving the Center of Excellence for Digital Twins International Research Center, and really appreciate the efforts which Arjun has taken. Sir has been constantly talking with the DTC CTO Dan Isaac, who is also based in San Francisco, and Anil Shrivastava, who leads the OHSL. We will be working very, very closely. I'll be driving personally this initiative and looking forward to working and creating some intellectual property, as it was told by Mr. Adani and Mr. Suman as well. He announced that Digital Twin Consortium here, we will be doing a lot of international research, collaborating with other institutions also. Digital Twin Consortium is a non-profit organization of 250 plus enterprises, and 20 universities are already collaborating. So it will be a very good international collaboration. My friend Jeevan, who represents OHSL, he will just speak for another minute what else he will be doing.
Namaskar. My heartiest congratulations to IIT Kharagpur on this Platinum Jubilee occasion. What a journey it has been. It's my honor and privilege to be addressing you all here on this very important occasion. I'm Jeevan Saini, CTO, OHSL, Open Health Systems Laboratory. OHSL bring together ideas, individuals, and institutions into international team consortium to pursue biomedical research at the cutting edge. In simple terms, we marry biomedical science and cutting-edge technology and try to bring out solutions to the problems that have not been addressed completely as yet. That's in simple English. Some of the key projects OHSL is engaged with are implementation of a telesynergy platform, a platform at 5 hospitals in Tanzania, which will actually assist in pediatric cancer research. At AIMS, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, we are engaged in building a digital twin for neuro-oncology translation research. Another one, collaboration with Apollo Group of Hospitals in Sanskrit natural processing for Ayurveda and connected care. Now, there are many more projects that we are engaged with, but I won't address them today. Today, I'm happy and excited at the opportunity of supporting IIT Kharagpur, their Center of Excellence on Digital Twin, with able collaboration from DTC, as Pushpendra has already mentioned, and OHSL. We'll not only collaborate, but will contribute in many, many ways to make sure that this Center of Excellence is an absolute success. Thank you. It would be great to see this COE becoming an international digital twin research center, a testbed, and a sandbox at a global level. Not just India, but at a global level. I'm happy to connect with you all and share the work of OHSL as and when you're ready. I'm happy to do that. Once again, thank you for inviting me here, and all the very best. Namaskar.
We now have the privilege of signing the MOU for this collaboration. I request our director to please come on stage, and I would request the IR Office of International Relations to please bring the MOUs for signing. Okay, so we have just inked the MOU, and let's have a big round of applause. And then we have two small tokens of appreciation for both OHSL and DTC. Thank you. Thanks once again. Next, we would go online, and we would like to have the announcement on Kotak IITM Safe Energy Mission Spoke, which has been established at IIT Kharagpur. Professor Mahesh Panchagnula from IIT Madras will be addressing online.
Good afternoon, good evening, everybody there. I just want to start by congratulating IIT Kharagpur on its Golden Jubilee. It's indeed a great occasion for the entire country. I consider IIT Kharagpur the mother of technical education in India. And IIT Kharagpur is the reason the other IITs are today even around. So I first want to congratulate the institute and congratulate Professor Suman Chakrabarty for ideating this very nice event. I want to take this opportunity to announce a very novel kind of an IIT collaboration. Kotak Bank has been very kind to support a mission called the Kotak IIT Madras Save Energy Mission. This mission is focused in the direction of IIT faculty and students, helping the small and medium scale enterprises across the country. We visit small and medium scale enterprises across the country and help them become more energy aware and energy efficient. This program has been on for about 3 years now. In the last 3 years, we've conducted about 320 plus detailed energy audits, and the industry partners that we have helped have already realized 83 crores of annual energy savings. That also translates to 100,000 metric tons of carbon saved annually. So we are now very happy to announce that IIT Kharagpur will be part of this network of 10 IIT centers that will operate across the country. Our desire and vision is that we will reach all 23 IITs where each IIT can serve a 100-200 kilometer neighborhood to help the SME clients in that neighborhood be more energy efficient. This center at IIT Kharagpur will be led by Professor Anandrup Bhattacharya, and Kotak Mahindra Bank through their CSR has committed 2 crores over the next 3 years for the center to do free audits to a bunch of small and medium scale enterprises around Kharagpur and Kolkata. Over and above this, the infrastructure that this will enable will also allow the center to serve a much bigger range of companies who are willing to pay for this service on top of the free audit possibility. So we believe this will be a game changer. IITs have long been known for good technology production, but unfortunately our small and medium scale enterprise sector has not been touched by the technological wealth in the IIT network, and this will unlock that connect and help it become a meeting point. Thank you, Anandrup, for giving me this opportunity to share a few thoughts. And again, I want to congratulate the Institute on a wonderful journey. And I wish IIT Kharagpur 75 more years of leadership of the country's technological education.
Thank you, Professor Mahesh Panchagnula. And it was a pleasure having you. The MOU for this has already been signed and the project is already in progress. Next, we have Ansys. And Ansys is represented by their CTO, Dr. Dipankar Chaudhary.
Hello, can you all hear me? Please confirm. Is my audio coming through?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Greetings, IIT Kharagpur community, and a special thanks to faculty administration, Professor Shumon Chakraborty and Professor Anand Bhattacharjee for involving us. I apologize for being in motion right now, but because of the schedule, I had to leave for the airport, so just bear with me. My name is Dipankar Chaudhary, and I lead Ansys's academic programs and research and development in a number of key areas. And on behalf of myself and the entire Ansys community, by the way, we have Mr. Shobik Chakraborty from Ansys, who leads the India's academic team, present in the audience. It's a real privilege to participate in this important event and use this opportunity to announce an augmentation and elevation of our relationship. We've been very fortunate at Ansys, the leading developer and provider of engineering simulation technologies worldwide. And particularly with IIT Kharagpur, we've been fortunate to enjoy a long partnership, also specifically with Professor Shumon Chakraborty and his research and technical activities. So this gives us the opportunity to actually increase our commitment and support to IIT Kharagpur's mission in both teaching, education as in large, and research. So with this, I'd like to be a bit more specific. We, based on recent discussions with Professor Chakraborty and the team of faculty and administration, we are very happy to announce our intention to have specific programs in learning and coursework supporting IIT Kharagpur-led programs. So these would be in developing core competencies as well as workforce upskilling and reskilling in the areas of computational methods and related disciplines, particularly for engineering practice, because modeling and simulation, it goes without saying, has become pervasive in industry and academia worldwide, and in India's upsurge in various key areas such as advanced packaging, healthcare, semiconductors, energy, transportation, and so on. The program structure of these initiatives that are IIT Kharagpur-led and supported by Ansys are going to be detailed out in MOUs in the very short term, but they will follow a structure that actually have been established in the past, where collaboratively engineering departments utilize software-based practices and laboratories to reinforce the learning contents that's delivered in class. This will be in hybrid method so that we can expand the reach not only to in-person classrooms, online, but also to the technical community via these multiple entry and multiple exit mechanisms. Furthermore, we intend to augment our support for engineering department-led research programs, which is, we are lucky that Ansys software and now our mother company, Synopsys software, is so prevalent in research and technical projects at IIT Kharagpur. But in areas like AI and machine learning, in photonic simulation, in topology optimization of fluids, multi-scale, multi-phase modeling, advanced packaging, and last but not least, in healthcare and cutting-edge research in quantum computing. These collaborative research initiatives will be a framework into centers of excellence, and ultimately, as was described earlier, these will result in an augmented and amplified set of activities by both of our organizations. Finally, in passing, I should note that this important event clarified for me what speciality IIT Kharagpur brings to the table. You have partners who have already spoken in this segment of the program, like DTC and OHSL, which are really synergistic with what Ansys and Synopsys have to offer. So I would reach out our hands in partnership to IIT Kharagpur-enabled connections with other organizations that ultimately result in an amplified presence for all programs led by IIT Kharagpur. So with this, I thank the administration, Professor Shuman Chakraborty, Professor Anandarup Bhattacharjee again for inviting our presence and helping this partnership, the strong partnership that we enjoy, grow even further in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chaudhary. And we also look forward to engaging with Ansys even more. We are already engaged, but now even in newer areas and newer problems, more challenging problems. Next, I would request Lieutenant General Shubroto Shaha. We have inaugurated the Manekshaw Center of Excellence for National Security Studies and Research this morning. And I would request General to please come on stage and make a brief announcement about the center.
A very good evening to you all, ladies and gentlemen. I am very conscious of the fact that it is going past all your levels of patience, I would imagine, listening to one after the other. And nonetheless, it's my privilege, honor to be here on your 75th founding day, and which in our parlance, and there are some military men here, is Raising Day. So we pray that you grow from strength to strength, and having heard a series of announcements today, there is little doubt that it is which trajectory is this institution moving. As I said, it's an honor to be part of the celebrations, and I think more important is the warmth that is so palpable amongst the past, the present, and the future that is coming through as we are over here. So my congratulations to all of you, and my congratulations in particular to Professor Shuman, the director, and also Professor Bashaw, the center head of the Manekshaw Center, for having inaugurated this center at such a short notice. If it was not for the drive that you gave, Professor Shuman, I don't see how this could have happened. It was more than full acceleration, actually, that it came through so soon. So just very briefly, because many people have been asking what is Manekshaw Center. It is a collective initiative of multiple IITs, the Indian Institute of Science, and one IIIT as of now, who have come together to collaborate purely for national security and defense. It started very small, and now it has picked up pace. All the first generation IITs are part of this initiative, some second and some third generation also. So that's how it is, and right now it is, the whole purpose is to take it beyond to as many institutes of repute in the field of technology and research. As you can see, and it needs no emphasis, that emerging technologies, whether it is AI, you've been hearing so much about it, cyber, autonomous systems, space warfare, they are altering the character of war. And the pace of change is so rapid that unless we adapt quickly, we seriously risk getting obsolescent. Whether it is the Russia-Ukraine war, whether a little before that was the Armenia-Azerbaijan, whether it is Israel-Hamas, whether it is Sindoor that we saw along our own borders, the era of deep tech in war fighting is here. And it is not only war fighting, it is even in the information war, which is shaping minds both in the country and in every corner of the globe on who won, who lost, if indeed what you see is anywhere close to reality. So with all this, I think it made sense that the IITs chose to come together, work together towards this national mission, because otherwise we are just talking strategic autonomy without the reliance, the self-reliance required to support strategic autonomy. And actually, if you see the repeated or the series of announcements that were made by the Honorable Prime Minister this year from the ramparts of Red Fort, it was very clear the thrust was for national security, self-reliance in national security, to be able to achieve that larger mission of Viksit Bharat. Because unless you are Surakshit, how can you be Viksit? So the equation is very clear. So just as well that as this initiative picked up momentum, the Minister of Education, Mr. Pradhan, he chose, while calling it a non-governmental body, he chose to take this Manekshaw Center under his wings and give it all the support that it requires to grow bigger. So that's where it is, and I'm so happy that now IIT Kharagpur, one of the, as somebody just said a little while back, the mother institute of all technical education in India, is very much part and going to be leading in this great initiative. Very briefly, so the whole purpose is to provide a single window of communication to our armed forces and security agencies, national security and others, to be able to interact with the academia, to achieve higher levels of technological readiness, and then pass it on to DRDO, ISRO and others, so that they can take it forward with their kind of setup, collaborate with startups, industries and others to set up a larger ecosystem and achieve the grand vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat, and also to run specially curated courses for the armed forces. And let me tell you, this is a big void today because the pace at which technology has moved, and nobody hesitates to admit it, the training system within the armed forces do not have the wherewithal to impart or empower people or to empower them intellectually with this kind of technology. So that's a big contribution all of you will have to make as we go forward. We have already started a series of dialogues with the various services, with other agencies, where we are looking at, let's say, the future of the battlefield 15 years down the line, where the operational people gave their point of view, and we had some wonderful presentation by IIT Kharagpur professors in the last series that we had in end April. And so the people from the technological expertise, they gave out their visualization of where technologies would be, let's say, in the same time frame, i.e. 12, 15 years down the line, globally, with China and with the country. So when we put the two together, the gaps emerged very clearly. And once the gaps emerged, all that we required to do was to translate those gaps into problem statements, futuristic technology problem statements, converted them to projects, and I'm happy to tell you that the first phase of 12 projects have already been sanctioned, so they are all getting distributed by into the different IITs. So now if you see, there are clearly two broad functions that are emerging. One is the R&D projects, and the second is capacity building for the various forces and the agencies that are there. And now each of the members, I'm trying to rush it because of the time shortage, each of the member institution, depending on their expertise, their comfort, have chosen their respective fields in which they want to lead. So whereas this fundamental principle of collaboration will continue to exist, but each member institute, depending on their expertise, is taking on the lead along some specified domains. So in that, IIT Kharagpur has chosen 5 areas in which they will be taking the lead. And as you've all been hearing also this evening, the first one that IIT Kharagpur has chosen is healthcare technology, which is a very important one as far as the armed forces are concerned. Even at the cost of your valuable time, I must share with you, I had the privilege of commanding 15 Corps in Kashmir, which is responsible for all military operations in Kashmir. Even for something as simple as a patch which is applied after a bullet wound, after a gunshot wound, we were importing that. So, I mean, now when you think back, and when I'm especially working with this, in this assignment, I'm realizing that because nobody ever told our institutions that we need something like this. And let me tell you, we have lost lives. And today there are movies that have been made picturizing that, well, movies are good. It encourages others. But if that patch were there, that officer would have never lost his life. It's as simple as that. So I think this healthcare technology that you have chosen to lead is absolutely the right field. Second area that IIT Kharagpur has chosen is hardware security. Again, very important. Third area that IIT Kharagpur has chosen is batteries. And let me tell you the kind of dependencies that we have on China and our fears, apprehensions that we have in this context. It is important that you have chosen to take up this one. And people are really looking for quick solutions as far as batteries are concerned. And the fourth is AI in defense in a much broader canvas IIT Kharagpur has chosen to take. So that will be, as I can see, a very wide canvas that you'll be covering from there, because there is hardly any field where AI has not penetrated now. So I think we'll have to work very closely, and from our side, we assure you of all the support. And the last one on entrepreneurship development to do with defense and national security, which again I think is a very exciting feature, because if you see the kind of funds that are being allocated today for defense and national security, the money is just waiting over there for expertise to come and tap it. So I think we are talking very big sums of money over here. So if the entrepreneurship can be developed from this institute, I think it's going to be great for the country, and if I may dare say, also great for the state which is housing this great institution of ours, because this is one place I think which needs that kind of help. So on that note, and I would congratulate all of you once again. My special thanks to Professor Shuman Chakravarti for inviting me here. Congratulations to all of you, and let me round up with my favorite exhortation which I have for gatherings like this, that with the collaboration of forces, the academia and the industry, we can win India's wars with Indian solutions. I'm convinced that we can do it. So God bless IIT Kharagpur. God bless India. Jai Hind, and thank you very much.
Token of appreciation for your The last announcement in this session is from ITC Limited, represented by today's Young Alumni Achiever Awardee, Shri Ankit Mathur.
First of all, it's indeed a great honor and privilege to be standing here in front of all of you. I think esteemed professor of the IIT Kharagpur, director of the institute, Professor Shuman Chakravarti, all other deans and various alumni who are here today for this event. It's also an honor for me to be receiving the Young Alumni Award today at this platform of 75 years of IIT Kharagpur. What we believe today, along with the collaboration of academia, industry, is extremely very crucial, right? To take India into the new era. And for that, I am really thankful for Professor Shuman Chakravarti, Professor P.P. Chakravarti, Professor Surikant Pal, and all various other faculty members for taking this forward. And I think this is one of the boldest steps which an IIT can take to look at as to how they can actually shape the capabilities of the students and various people who are working on various research areas and domains for the better future. Talking about this entire initiative, what we are looking at, it's a great sense of responsibility for all of us to look at as to how we can develop some of these solutions towards some of the challenges and the problems of the society. For that, it is very important to look at as to how we can come together and make India really unstoppable. Talking about ITC, ITC believes in nation-first philosophy. And ITC is one of the companies which has built various brand businesses grounds up from India itself. So what we are looking at as to how we can collaborate together with IIT Kharagpur in taking this entire initiative forward. What is more important is to not one or two initiatives, is to look at as to how we can create a platform where a lot of people, whether from the research, academic, students, and various other people from the industry can come together to solve various kind of problems and the areas which are there, which are very, very critical for all of us. In this regard, what we are looking at is to look at some of the key vectors where we need to actually work together. One of them being, if you see, with the rise of artificial intelligence, it is also important to look at it should not become a dominant player, even overpowering the human intelligence. So therefore, it is more important as to how fast in the next couple of years we can look at driving and building solutions which are more collaborative in nature than only being looked at from a technology point of view. So therefore, there is a need to come up with certain projects and initiatives where it can also help in terms of, I would say, use the word preserve and augment the human creativity, the emotional intelligence, and various other empathetic values system which are there, which can never be replicated by any artificial or any other advanced technology in general. Other important areas which are critical for us, India as a bold nation which is entering into a new era, is to look at the kind of various societal problem which is being faced by the country. So whether it is on the area of energy management, or whether it is about water management, or the problem which emerge when we look at urbanization as a whole. So if you're talking about urbanization, if you look at in the next couple of years, I would say around 600 million odd people would be living in different cities, which is altogether, if you look at put together, more than the overall population of North America alone. So that the problem and the challenges in front of India is large. And therefore, our endeavor is to look at as to how we can work together for various kind of problems which are there. Giving a glimpse of some of the solutions which we are looking at is to, one of them is in the area of upskilling or reskilling various set of population of India, providing opportunities for various people. One important element, if you would have looked at what is changing for the country, is India is becoming the manufacturing center or the hub for the overall world. So therefore, it would require somewhere close to, if I'm not wrong, 25 million plus people who can actually operate and work in different industries and different manufacturing centers. What we are looking at along with the Center for Entrepreneurship Cell is to come up with a platform, technology platform, which can help in terms of developing all these training modules in a much more faster and agile manner. It would be like a platform which can help augmented by AR, VR technology. And in other phases, what we are looking at how we can develop and augment the capability to include Varnak and all other languages which are there, which will help support various rural population, tribal population, and can give them that kind of employment which is required. Other important project which we are looking at is to look at intelligent-based drone technologies for various disaster management on one side, and also looking at on a day-to-day basis how it can enhance the safety and security of our population and people at large. So in that regard, various phases are being carved out is to look at as to how it can provide swarm intelligence, as well as at the same time proactively judge or understand the crisis and see how it can work in the future. That's the whole idea for which we are looking at how we can come together. Last but not the least, what I wanted to leave the group with is it's our responsibility to look at how we can augment the capabilities of our future generations and make them more and more dependable, and make them more and more, I would say, powerful leaders and entrepreneurs for tomorrow. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. Right. So our former director, G.S. Sanyal, would say that here we produce Indians who became global citizens. So today we are talking about a true global citizen whom we shall invite onto the dais, Dr. Partho S. Ghosh, renowned worldwide as so many things, as a strategic problem solver who mentors and leads leaders. More importantly, he is known as the Renaissance man of modern times because he wears so many hats. And of course, even more important than that is that he did his undergraduate work at Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur. Ladies and gentlemen, please join your hands for Partho Ghosh. Apparently wearing one hat now, but there are more underneath.
It's a different design. But thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's a thin hall, but very important personalities are here. So first, I'd like to congratulate Professor Chakraborty for taking the leadership on a very, very historic year, which is the Platinum Jubilee year of the Institute, Platinum Jubilee year for the IIT system. And most probably, I would say, the Platinum Jubilee of the freedom fighters who lost their lives in the Hijli, and also Platinum Jubilee of the vision of three individuals which you have not mentioned today, Jawaharlal Nehru, Bidhan Chandra Roy, and Gyan Ghosh. So my salute to them on behalf of all of you. Now, as I stand before you, almost everything that I prepared to discuss has been already shared, particularly the speech from Mr. Adani. Many of the thoughts that I prepared, which I thought I'll share with the students, with the faculty and the alumni, have been said. So I've been disrupted. But since it is about disruption, I have to innovate as I speak. And also I want to save the time, because I was given 10 minutes. I will try to do it in 5 minutes so that we can slightly catch up, because we are living in times which is about managing space and managing time. And it reminds me of a speech Satyan Bose was when he was teaching in Dhaka University. He was struggling to describe the Brownian motion in quantum physics. And that struggle led him to think of Brownian motion differently. And then he wrote a paper which is sent to Albert Einstein, and he created a new world, which we know as Bose-Einstein equation, Einstein condensate, and the God particle that we call boson. I think we have to bring that spirit in IIT as to be the leader, not only to solve the problems of the country, but to address problems of the world. And I do think there's an opportunity, but that opportunity to serve, we have to think very differently. And that's why I like to build on what Mr. Adani left us with, that we have to find a new equation. He talked about new freedom struggle. But what does it mean? The previous freedom struggle was about external limits against the British, but the new freedom struggle would be the limits within our inner conscience. How could we have the courage to challenge the limits within so that we could move from the circle of knowledge to the edges of knowledge? So the edge, we could explore the unknown, and in the process, uncover new possibilities. So in that spirit, I would like to also announce that we have developed the Academy of Leadership, but today I want to make a new pledge to take the Academy of Leadership to a new level, building on the spirit of Rabindranath Tagore. You know, Tagore had a song, which I'll say in Bengali, Shimar Maje Ashim Thami, that within the limits, you have to look for the unlimited. And I like to introduce a lab in IIT, wherever you want to position, is what I will call the Imagination Lab, where you have to go outside of the limits. Because I personally think when I had the privilege to serve leaders in Japan, like Mr. Morita, leaders in the US, Europe, those particular leaders always looked for possibilities, not within what you know, but what you do not know. So in that spirit, I think the education system also have to be renewed. I'm a part of a program at MIT as well as at Tufts University. We are now thinking of how to fundamentally renew the education process. Fundamentally renew the education process. And I feel the education has to move into a new S-curve. The education was about learning what we know. Education should be about enterprising the boundaries of what we know, do not know, and in the process become familiar with what we know. So we start with the unknown, and there again I go to another thought, Janar maje ajanare korichi shandhan. I think that is the spirit. In English, within the limits of knowledge, I have looked for the unknown. And I think that is another spirit I would like to see this lab could take forward. Now, I prepared for a 20-minute speech. Everything that I'm speaking to you is from the bottom of the heart, including the innovation lab that I would like to support in my humble ways over the next 10 years of the development of the process. Because if I'm talking about disruption, I better demonstrate to you, even if you get disrupted, you have something to say. So I'm offering you what I did not prepare for, but it came from the bottom of my heart. So thank you very much, and wish you all the best. And let's hope the next 75 years will be great years. Thank you very much.
And thank you so much for everything, but particularly for your valiant effort to try and pull back our program on time by disrupting your own speech. So thank you, sir, and the director would like to felicitate you. Unfortunately, the clock cannot be put back, and the last session, which was supposed to last for 40 minutes, actually overstepped by about 35 minutes. So we are now hopelessly lost. All right, but we are going to have some wonderful people speaking to us. And may I invite Dr. Upali Aparajita. She is a distinguished fellow at Carnegie Mellon University since 1990. And she has been a senior advisor to world leaders in Parliament in India on public policy. She has been she still is a communication and international relations expert, and she's a wonderful dancer. So someone said about her that she is a living, walking, dancing manifestation of cultural studies. So we have the great privilege to welcome Dr. Upali Aparajita onto the dais for her address as a keynote speaker.
Thank you for that introduction. Yes, of course, it is a thin audience, but as people who've been on stage since age 6, I will say it's always quality that counts, not quantity. So I am not an IIT alum, but I am IIT offspring. My beautiful mother, Professor Prabhat Nalini Das, was IIT Kanpur's first Dean of Humanities when she was 35. So I think I belong to the family in one way or another. I want to thank Professor Chakravarti, Professor Damodar Acharya, Professor P.P. Chakravarti, Professor Rintu Banerjee, and members of the distinguished audience who's sitting here at the fag end of the day to listen to me. I'm going to make an exciting announcement at the end of my speech, which I'm going to whittle down to 5 minutes instead of 10 minutes, all right? So my topic is not art and culture, it's art, culture, and the humanities at the heart of life. I'm dyed-in-the-wool Carnegie Mellon since 1989, actually, not 1990, and we just can never escape tech. So I think of the example of many of our brilliant students, but one in particular, who's a very dear friend, who was doing his PhD in robotics, but so distinguished himself in the arts that he calls himself an artist now. He's in Berkeley, and he's been head, and he's a legend. So I'll say an artist resides in each of us. We only need to be given the opportunity for art to bloom. And anything we do in life is immeasurably enriched by the practice of art. The previous speaker spoke about Professor Satyendranath Bose. Professor Bose was my grandfather's classmate and at the Saha Institute. And he called him Keshto. My grandfather was head of the physics department. Maternal grandfather was the head of the physics department at Ravenshaw University. And I bet most of you don't know this, but Professor Bose's favorite sweet was Nalingure Sandesh, and he inevitably plied his best friends with a lot of that. But Professor Bose was also extremely adept at playing the Esraj. And that brings me to the fusion of the arts, the humanities, and science and technology, which is why IIT Kharagpur and Carnegie Mellon, institutions like that, always lead. But I think much more needs to be done here. And as I said, there's going to be an exciting announcement at the end of this. Jacques Barzoun, fabled philosopher who taught my father, Professor Bidhbhushan Das, at Columbia University, called culture a cultivation of the self. And he said that culture puts experience in order. So whether you're, a farmer, a scientist, engineer, doctor, artist, administrator, philosopher, you need to be cultured in the largest sense of the word. Art is long and life is short. Right now, the humanities are in crisis, and we depend on institutions such as IIT Kharagpur to put them back center stage. I know that's happening in large measure, and I'm pretty confident that it's going to happen in even greater measure right now. So why are the humanities important? Studying the arts and the humanities allow you to understand yourself and others better, offering better context to analyze the human experience. And why is it critical to study them? Human values are influenced by religion, socioeconomic background, culture, and even geographic location. The humanities help us understand the core aspects of human life in context and relationship to the world around us. The study of humanities also helps us better prepare for a better future. They teach you skills in the areas of critical thinking, problem solving, creativity, reasoning, and above all, compassion. Well, whatever your focus, you learn stories that shape our world, helping you see what connects all of us, a common shared humanity. As technology advances, such as with artificial intelligence and machine learning becoming more common, it might seem like human beings are becoming less central to the world's workings. That may lead to asking, why are the arts and the humanities important if humans are required less in day-to-day operations? The reality, though, is that rapid changes and development in our world only make the constant aspects of human nature more crucial to explore and celebrate. A deep understanding of humanity gained by the studying of the humanities helps us not only navigate but also thrive through these monumental changes. The humanities are vital to preserving the core of what makes us human, and the arts as well. In a world that's increasingly automated, people who can use words effectively are vital to building relationships and perceiving new possibilities. Countless leaders agree. For example, Steve Jobs has mentioned, and I quote, "It is in Apple's DNA that technology married with liberal arts, married with the humanities, yields the results that make our hearts sing." So without making our hearts sing, you wonder what the human life is worth. Einstein tried to express these feelings clearly, both for himself and for all of those who wanted a simple answer from him about his love for art and his faith. So in the summer of 1930, amid his sailing and ruminations, he composed a credo, "What I believe." It concluded with an explanation of what he meant when he called himself religious. The most beautiful emotion we can experience is the mysterious. It is the fundamental emotion that stands at the cradle of all true art and science. He to whom this emotion is a stranger, who can no longer wonder and stand wrapped in awe, is as good as dead. A snuffed out candle, wow, strong words. To sense that behind anything that can be experienced, there is something that our minds cannot grasp, whose beauty and sublimity reaches us indirectly. So I just forgot to say one thing. I'm done. My connection with this wonderful institution, and it's an honor to be here on this momentous occasion, your Platinum Jubilee, dates back to 2008, when I connected with Professor Damodar Acharya, and we held the first edition of the Algo Sustainable Technology Venture competition right here. The US Consul General was here. Long before entrepreneurship and sustainability were buzzwords, IIT Kharagpur was at the center of it. So were all the other old IITs, IIM Calcutta and IIM Bangalore. So the competition brought new, clean and sustainable technologies to market through entrepreneurship for the planet. My partners, of course, abroad were Carnegie Mellon and MIT. That competition grew to gaining a footprint of 60,000 students in Asia. And I moved it to IIT Madras. We had probably about 150 venture capitalists and angel investors mentoring candidates who came up with actual business plans. And I think they won, one team from IIT Madras won 3.1 or $4 million in funding from Mayor Bloomberg, as well as office space in Manhattan for about 2 years. Anyway, so that was why I was here in the first place, but I come back in another capacity. I just wanted to draw your attention to what industrialists and companies have invested in Pennsylvania alone over the last month. Google Blackstone, and First Energy have invested $92 billion in Pennsylvania for artificial intelligence and energy. Carnegie Mellon is pretty much the intellectual hub. Watching this raft of investments, my heart sings, of course, and I hope it will only continue to grow, because the industry, academia, and federal government, central government partnership is what keeps America ahead. I hope that happens here as well. So, thank you for having me here, and let me make that very exciting announcement. Within the next few months, IIT Kharagpur is going to establish a Center for Creative and Liberal Arts. This is very exciting to me. It's going to be exciting also for institutions across the country, for India, and for the whole world. I wish it every success, and anything that I can do in my capacity, whatever it is, I'm very willing to do and happy to do. It's an honor to be associated with this wonderful institution. Thank you very much, and Jai Hind.
We would like to felicitate and thank you, ma'am, for your wonderful address. Our director would like to express our collaborative thanks with a token of appreciation. Thank you so much once again. And now we call upon one of our most distinguished guests, Mr. Vikram Gupta, founder and managing partner of IVCAP Ventures, a $530 million US fund that invests through the Alumni ecosystem and manages more than 30 portfolio companies. Mr. Vikram Gupta's presence in diverse arena is indeed too variegated, too diverse to sort of talk about in detail, but then he has, let's say, his presence very, very significantly felt in different domains. May I now request him to kindly come up to the dais, and he is going to talk about his strength, which is investment and entrepreneurship.
Thank you. I have a presentation deck. I thought somebody was going to run that. Oh, okay, great. Thank you so much. So first of all, it's a great honor to be here. Thank you so much, and many congratulations for this Platinum Jubilee celebrations. I'll just try to finish my talk within the next 10 minutes itself. I would also focus on one of the areas which is very core to my heart, which is endowment. And I believe that IIT Kharagpur actually is at a stage where it's absolutely ready to be working on creating the largest endowment fund out of India. So I think I just wanted to show that opportunity as well. So If you can go to the next slide, I'll just, yeah. So I think we all know this data. We know that the IIT alumni are creating the next wave of entrepreneurship. 23 IITs, over 500,000 alumni, 2/3 of the alumni actually, or 2/3 of the unicorns in India are actually started by the IIT alumni. 65% of the Fortune 500 companies in India, at least one IIT alumnus on their board or a decision-making place. Over 1,300 unicorns globally. There are total number of 1,300 unicorns, and if you rank them in the order of the background of the founders, the IIT alumni founded unicorns will rank number 4th in terms of the number of unicorns created globally. And this is another interesting number which I thought I will show as a, the next wave of entrepreneurship. Every year, 1,600 IITians are actually becoming startup founders. And this is something which is actually very interesting times, very defining times, and I think very, very important to see the kind of changes which are happening in the world. So I think IITians are really making that difference in the world. So if you go to the next slide. And of course, majority of the founders amongst unicorns and sunicorns are now IIT alumni. Of course, if you look at the number of unicorns, they're now touching roughly about 120 unicorns. And we are talking about over 70% of these unicorns actually coming with IIT alumni background. If you go to the next slide. Now, of course, it's very important to bring about the IIT Kharagpur effect. As you can see this circle, and I think it's very, very credible to see the impact that the IIT Kharagpur alumni have created. And I think there are, of course, unicorn founders, there are Sunicorn founders, there are various IPOs getting created, and of course, Arjun's name is, you can see, as one of the prominent names there. I think there are lots of other names like Sundar Pichai. We all know all these names. I think we don't need to talk about these names, but I think the point is that IIT Kharagpur is actually making a huge impact globally. If you go to the next slide. Now, I just wanted to cover briefly the impact and the potential that IIT Kharagpur can create. And I believe that IIT Kharagpur has the potential to set up India's largest global alumni network-driven endowment fund to drive research, innovation, and entrepreneurship. And I think this is something which I truly believe in, and I thought I would highlight this. If you go to the next one. I think some of you would already know that IIT Delhi was the first educational institution in India to create an endowment fund out of India. I was fortunate enough to be part of the whole concept creation. I actually, when I started IVCAP Ventures in the year 2011, I conceptualized this idea at that time with the part of give back of the profit of the fund, and Arjun was actually on our board at that time and also was part of conceptualizing the whole model. So the whole idea was to really give back part of our profits to the IIT ecosystem and create endowments across the country. And IIT Delhi was the first institution to set up the endowment fund in October 2019. This was seeded by IVCAP Ventures with a target corpus of $1 billion. And the fund is well on its way. In fact, it's already doing very well and working on its target to achieve $1 billion. If you go to the next one. Now, I think we all know that the potential that exists at IIT Kharagpur with the size of the alumni, we're talking about over 90,000 alumni. I think there's a potential to create almost about a 10,000 crore corpus over the next 10 years. And actually, this is not a number which is just being thrown there. I've actually done some research, and we had a team which actually worked on the numbers. And I do believe that there's a potential to actually start with a 200 crore size in the first year itself. And of course, the idea is to really engage the alumni. And I think there's already a lot of excitement which is out there. And I think it's also possible to really initiate with a 100 crore initial launch corpus commitment, and I think we at IVCAP actually very excited to support this initiative ourselves. And of course, the key challenge that is there in this is always to get the confidence and the trust from the alumni, and I think we actually solved that problem by creating the right governance and the structure system at IIT Delhi, and I think the model is now working very well, and we can create that model here. And of course, I believe that if you follow the right approach, this would actually really take off very well. If you go to the next one. And of course, I think the important part here is the endowment actually does help in multiple ways. And of course, we know that it helps in demonstrating leadership of the institute and also helps become independent, attract top quality faculty and researchers, improve infrastructure, allow program expansion, and also relieve pressure on budget. So these are all well-known benefits of creating the endowment. And if you go to the next one. And by the way, when I was talking about this number and how this can be created, we actually did some survey and research. And we came up with the assessment that there is a potential to actually add about 1,780 crores approximately on an annual basis into the endowment kitty. And if we follow the right approach, I think this is something which can actually lead to the target which we're talking about. Go to the next one. Yeah, of course, and it has to be a phased approach. And of course, I think if we can follow that approach and maybe work towards creating a systematic model, I think there is a possibility of maybe starting now and work towards maybe creating the 100 crore corpus to 200 crore corpus and then taking it to 10,000 crore corpus. Go to the next one. Yeah, I think the core objective of an endowment is actually making sure that the corpus which is created is used for various investment objectives, but the returns on the investments is actually what is used for development purposes, and that's what actually is utilized for various objectives and the the overall development objectives of the institution. So I think all this can be worked out based on the vision, alignment, and various other things. Go to the next one. Of course, we did a research on the Ivy League universities, and we saw what has worked. And I do believe that if we follow some of these things, including very active alumni engagement initiatives, enabling a structured and corporate governance structure, because one of the key issues which we identified the alumni have is basically this transparency and the structure and the governance, etc., around managing the funds. Creating a separate management team for endowment funds targeted towards creating maximum value, and of course, there are lots of other things, and there are multiple factors. I just wanted to just highlight a few of them, just to give a broader perspective of what other universities have been doing. And I think one important data point which actually struck me, which I should highlight here, is that when I looked at the top 100 universities ranked by the size of the endowments in the US, the 100th rank was $1.2 billion in size. And I think here in IIT, we're talking about just starting at this point, and I think you can imagine the size of potential that we're looking at. If you go to the next one. And of course, some of these benchmark sizes, Harvard is about $60 billion. And Yale University, we're talking about almost $40 billion. And if you look at the financial returns of some of these endowment funds, Yale actually produced about 18% dollar returns on their endowment. And that itself gives you an idea of what kind of annual returns a potential endowment can create, which can actually further be utilized for really putting that money back into the system. Go to the next one. Yeah, and I think this, from a structure perspective, what has been done at IIT Delhi is actually the fund is structured and housed inside the IIT system. but the Section 8 company which manages the fund, which is the fund management company, is actually outside the system, so that actually that could even bring the talent from outside and actually help manage the fund. So those structures are now tried and tested even in other universities. Go to the next one. Yeah, so I think I'm very excited about this initiative and very, very passionate about supporting it at IIT Kharagpur as well. I'm happy to even make an announcement that I will be very keen to even contribute up to 10 crores from IVCAP into this fund. Starting with 1 crore as a seed capital and bringing 10 crores of capital into this fund. Because this is something which I believe personally that if it is done right, I think what it can create is something very, very unique. And of course, I can already see the excitement that's going on amongst the alumni right now. Given that we are already now at the Platinum Jubilee, I think this is the perfect time for IIT Kharagpur to get started on this. If you go to the next one, so that's all about this, and thank you so much for your time, and really appreciate. It's great to be here. Thank you.
And we would, of course, lovely news, and we would like to felicitate Mr. Gupta for his wonderful engagement with IIT Kharagpur. Mr. Vikram Gupta, a big thank you once again. Right. So now I would be inviting the Dean of the Alumni Affairs, Professor Siddhartha Mukhopadhyay, on the stage, and he would be conducting this session on alumni-centric initiatives. No. Okay. We have... Right, no problem. We would now do the international cooperation and initiatives, and then it would naturally be the Dean International Relations, Professor Anundarup Bhattacharjee, who would be conducting this session. Thank you.
I know it's getting late. It's my great privilege to chair this session or to conduct this session on international cooperations and initiatives. Today, we are going to start with several announcements of partnerships with German partners, so Indo-German collaborations. Now, before moving, I would like to state that we deeply appreciate the continued support of the Embassy of India in Germany for facilitating and strengthening these Indo-German cooperations. And to start with, it's our honor to have His Excellency, Mr. Ajit Gupte, Ambassador of India to Germany, and the Councillor Science and Technology joining us online today from Berlin. So may I now invite His Excellency Ambassador Ajit Gupte to address this distinguished audience.
For the Platinum Jubilee celebration of IIT Kharagpur, a famous institution whose journey has been intertwined closely with India's rise in science, technology, and innovation since its founding in 1951. As the first IIT in India, this jubilee is both a celebration of 75 illustrious years of IIT Kharagpur and a milestone for the entire IIT system. The presence of directors of all IITs and representatives from over 1,000 global institutions today reflects the Institute's extraordinary legacy as a hub of ideas and innovation. IIT Kharagpur's motto, Yogam Karmasu Kaushagam, remains as relevant today as it was at inception. It captures the fusion of skill, focus, and purpose which has defined its students, faculty, and alumni for generations. I am particularly pleased that the Embassy of India in Berlin has been able to facilitate IIT Kharagpur's engagement with leading German institutions and industries. We have been able to finalize an LOI with TU Berlin. We have also finalized the involvement of Siemens and IIT Tirupati, the MOU with FAIR, the cooperation with DESI, and the joint statement with PU Western. These areas offer exciting avenues for cooperation in sustainable mobility, e-highways, decarbonization, particle physics, nanotechnology, advanced materials, and in this context, today's Indo-German Science and Technology session is a fitting tribute to the long-standing partnership between our two countries, which goes back more than half a century. IIT Kharagpur has been a front runner in this collaboration, as witnessed by projects such as the dynamic charging of heavy-duty electric vehicles with TU Berlin and Siemens Mobility, which is being explored at an intense pace. The involvement of India in two mega science projects, FAIR and DESI, is further strengthening research mobility and capacity building. I am delighted that colleagues from the Bose Institute and the JNCASR are here to represent them. Likewise, TU Western, with its growing India collaboration, will through its trilateral relationship with UNU Flores and IIT Kharagpur, advance initiatives such as dual degree programs, talent exchange, skills development, and industrial innovation. The synergy of Indian ingenuity and German engineering excellence, joined by partners from around the world, will help ensure that IIT Kharagpur continues to be a beacon of scientific excellence and international collaboration. I convey my warmest congratulations to the director, faculty, students, alumni, dignitaries, and partners of IIT Kharagpur. I convey my best wishes and earnest hope that the Platinum Jubilee will inspire excellence in action, deepen Indo-German collaboration, and set new global benchmarks for innovation in the service of society. Thank you.
Thank you, His Excellency, Shri Ajit Gupte, Ambassador of India to Germany. We will now start with the cooperation announcements and the Indo-German announcements first. I would like to, it's my pleasure to invite on stage our German collaborators who have come all the way. The first one is with TU Berlin, Siemens Mobility, and IIT Tirupati. May I request the teams to please come, Professor Dietmar Golisch and Dr. Abhishek Gupta from TU Berlin, Mr. Patrick Ackermann and Mr. Harpreet Singh from Siemens, Germany and Siemens India respectively, and Director IIT Tirupati, Professor Satya Narayana, to please come on stage, and may I request you to please make your announcements. There are two LOIs as Professor Dietmar Golisch is going to announce.
Yeah. Thank you very much for this kind introduction, kind introductory words. And on behalf of the whole team, and a team of 4 distinguished partners, IIT Kharagpur, IIT Tirupati, Siemens, and the Technical University of Berlin, we will actually not sign only 1 but 2 letters of intents on very important projects to decarbonize the transport, actually in the whole world, but especially now in India, and it's very much connected to the National Highway Initiative on EVs. The first project is going to be on electric trucks with dynamic charging. To keep it short, it is actually a technology transfer from the rails to the road, in a way. And the second one we are going to work on high voltage charging, making charging times much shorter in terms of not hours but minutes, and another technology is battery swapping. And we are very happy that we are going to sign those letter of intents, I think, right now. Thank you.
Request Patrick Akerman to please address.
Yes, namaste. मेरा नाम Patrick है. So while we wait for the papers, I'll just take 1 or 2 minutes to say some things, because I was very touched to learn today that IIT Kharagpur is built on the Hijli detention camp, where many Indian freedom fighters were held, and some even killed, almost a century ago. It was inspiring to hear Mr. Adani call for a new generation of freedom fighters that will build a strong Bharat that is not dependent on anyone. He specifically mentioned that 85% of oil consumption has to be imported, most of it to be burnt as fuel. Now mobility is changing. We know that from research and from what we see in industry, but we don't want to create new dependencies, especially not on major strategic rivals that utterly dominates battery technology and supply chains. If it sounds like a non-Indian like me now is fully agreeing with Atmanirbhar Bharat, it is because I do agree with this agenda. And the reason is very simple. Germany and the rest of Europe is facing the same challenges: dependence on foreign fuels today, securing independence of foreign batteries tomorrow. Mr. Adani also pointed out the importance of building a legacy, something that lasts. And infrastructure can and will provide the basis for industry and the rest of society to achieve these goals. It is therefore that I'm honored to be here today on behalf of Siemens Mobility's electrification unit in Germany to sign this LOI on dynamic charging with overhead contact lines for Indian motorways. Innovation, by cleverly combining proven infrastructure and local electric vehicle know-how, holds the promise of achieving energy independence for road freight at a lower cost than today. So together, we can strengthen the independence of our respective $4 trillion economies. And an LOI that supports this next step towards India's freedom is the perfect way to mark the 75th Foundation Day of IIT Kharagpur. Dhanyavad.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. We are very excited to be part of this consortium that has been created. Special thanks to the Indian Embassy at Berlin, Dr. Ramanuj, who is our science counselor there, and our honorable ambassador, for facilitating this consortium, and where we have an industry partner, a university from Germany, a leading university, and then a first generation IT and a third generation IT coming together in taking this initiative forward. We have also identified at IIT Tirupati energy storage and mobility, e-mobility as a major thrust area for us. So this perfectly aligns with us, and we're looking forward, and it's moving quite fast. Tomorrow, the director of IIT Kharagpur, myself, the whole team is visiting and having meetings with our honorable minister for roads and transport, Mr. Nitin Gadkari. So we hope that things get grounded very fast and we move fast on it. Thank you very much, and once again, congratulations to IIT Kharagpur for their 75 years 75th year of existence. And I used to joke with the previous director. He used to say, this is the mother of all IITs. I said, no, you're the big brother of all the IITs. So thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you. It's really an exciting partnership between industry, a German university, and then 2 Indian universities. We are really excited to sign the letter of intents, or LOIs. So may I request the Office of International Relations to please bring those for signing, and the partners to sign. I happen to be the signatory from IIT Kharagpur, so I will also join them.
Okay, and a memento to mark this occasion to be presented to our guests by Director Professor Suman Chakraborty. Thank you. Thanks to the dignitaries and our guests from Germany and India. We now move on to FAIR, and we have Dr. Thomas Nilsson and Dr. Jörg Blorock, who are the directors. They are online, but they have a very nice video message. So welcome to this momentous occasion. They are joined by Dr. Pradeep Ghosh, and I think we have Dr. Professor Supriyo Das, from the Bose Institute, who is the nodal institute for collaborations with FAIR and GSI in India. Please join us on stage, and can we play the video of of FAIR?
Hello and namaste from Darmstadt in Germany to everyone gathered for the 75th Foundation Day of IIT Kharagpur. I am Thomas Nilsson, Scientific Managing Director of FAIR and GSI.
And I'm Jörg Blaubock, Technical Managing Director of FAIR and GSI. It's our great pleasure to speak to you today from the FAIR Facility for Anti-Proton and Ion Research installation site.
We warmly greet the distinguished guests, eminent academics from around the world, the illustrious alumni of IIT Kharagpur, and of course, the students, faculty, and staff who carry forward the proud legacy of this remarkable institution.
We truly wish we could be with you in person on this landmark occasion. However, please know that we are with you in spirit and thought, alongside the dignitaries from government and academia.
This is a moment of pride and optimism for all of us. India's strong leadership and investment in forefront technology, especially as a founding and third largest shareholder of Facility for Anti-Proton and Ion Research, has been instrumental to our joint progress.
As you might see behind me, here in Darmstadt at the FAIR Synchrotron Tunnel, installation of the accelerator components is proceeding at full pace. We are getting every day closer to achieving first beams, including those eagerly anticipated by our many Indian colleagues and partners.
That makes this the perfect moment to announce our new capacity building cooperation program with one of India's oldest and most prestigious institutions, IIT Kharagpur.
Through the Get Involved program, we will open exciting opportunities for engineering students, researchers, and staff to gain hands-on experience at fair, and for our teams to learn from each other.
We are looking forward to deepening our partnership, building new bridges between Germany and India, and shaping the future of shared scientific achievement.
Thank you, and we wish you an inspiring and successful celebration. We are looking forward to welcoming and hosting some of you at FAIR very soon.
Thank you, Dr. Nilsson, Dr. Blorok, Dr. Pradeep Ghosh, who joined us from Germany, and Professor Supriyo Das, who joined us here from Bose Institute. We really look forward to taking this collaboration further and a very successful partnership ahead. Next, we would move to Desi, Germany, where we are represented by Dr. Hans Christian Will, Dr. Frank Lehner, and Dr. Srikanto Bhatt. Desi's nodal partner in India is JNC ASR, Jawaharlal Nehru Center for Advanced Scientific Research. Unfortunately, they were not able to join us today. But so I would really request Dr. Hans Christian Will and Dr. Frank Lehner and Dr. Srikanto Bhatt to address the audience here.
Yeah, thank you, distinguished guests, esteemed representatives of IIT Kharagpur, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor for us to address you today on behalf of DESY, the Deutsches Elektronensynchrotron in Hamburg, Germany. We, my colleague Hans-Christian Wille, myself, we very much regret that we cannot be with you in person, but we are delighted that we can take this important step now towards a partnership together. First, allow me to congratulate IIT Kharagpur on this special ceremony of the 75th Foundation Day and to extend our best wishes to all of you for continued success and excellence. DESY in Hamburg, Germany, with the outstation in Zeuthen, is one of the world's leading accelerator research centers and also member of the Helmholtz Association. Our facilities, such as Petra 3, one of the brightest X-ray sources worldwide, serve an international community across many scientific fields. For many years, Indian researchers have been active partners through the India at DESY program, which has become one of the cornerstones of Indo-German cooperation at large-scale research infrastructures. Looking ahead now, DESY is going to prepare Petra 4, the next generation X-ray light source, designed to be the most powerful 4D X-ray microscope in the world. We see a huge potential to work with IIT Kharagpur on material science, solid-state physics, functional nanomaterials, but also in bio-related materials, soft matter, and structural biology. As a first step, DESY will organize a workshop in India in autumn next year, and we warmly invite colleagues from IIT Kharagpur to take an active role and actively participate in this. We are convinced that together we will build a strong and mutual beneficial partnership, one that advances scientific excellence and strengthens also international cooperation. Thank you very much. Once again, congratulations and our best wishes to all at IIT Kharagpur.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Frank Lehner. So after these two announcements, I would like to mention that with FAIR, we already have converged on the MOU, and which is just waiting to be signed. So we have signed it partially on both ends, and when we next meet, we are going to exchange it. So it's my pleasure to hold it across here.
Yes.
And for DESY, they have sent a letter of intent, a letter of support, and it's also my pleasure to hold it.
You can say. Yes, could we ask please add a few words from FAIR?
Sure.
Yes, so Honorable Ambassador Dr. Gupta, distinguished guests, alumni and students of the esteemed university, an absolute honor to be addressing you today on this special occasion. A special thanks to Dr. Bani of the Embassy of India in Berlin and Director Suman Chakrabarti for the enthusiasm and dedication to bring FAIR to learning in this celebration and to make capacity building initiative at this event. And also we would like to extend our thanks to
to Supriya Das, representing the Indian shareholder, Bose Institute, at this important event, and we're very much looking forward to the collaboration within the Get Involved program.
And maybe one or two additional words from my side as a technical managing director. As already said by a colleague, Thomas Nielsen, it's a pleasure to participate here at this great occasion. And it's great to say again, India is owning a part of FAIR, and we are working together on a large scientific project, and especially with our colleagues from Bose Institute as a long-term collaborator on that. We have excellent developed relationships, and we are very excited to see the Indo-German collaboration continues growing in science and technology. And this is all the time due to people who are very engaged and enthusiastic in all our topics which we are addressing. So thank you for bringing forward our collaboration, and warmest regards from here to IIT Kharagpur and all the people joining this event. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next announcement is about our partnership with TU, or Technische Universität Dresden, represented by Professor Jorgen Stamm and Dr. Andre Lindner.
Yeah, namaste and guten Tag. On behalf of TU Dresden University of Technology, I warmly congratulate the Indian Institute of Technology Kharagpur on its Platinum Jubilee. This milestone is an opportunity to reflect on the bonds that connect us. As the first of the Indian Institutes of Technology, IIT Kharagpur has helped shape India's technological leadership for generations. TU Dresden is likewise part of a family of leading technical universities as a member of the TU9 Alliance. Both our institutions have evolved through transformation, demonstrating how science and knowledge can renew societies and build bridges across cultures. In recent years, TU Dresden and the Free State of Saxony have deepened their engagement with India, especially with the IITs. Through the Global Water and Climate Adaptation Center, we work with IIT Madras in Chennai and other partners to address urgent challenges of water security and climate resilience, and have established the first Indo-German joint master's program in water security and global change. Our Trans-Campus initiative with IIT Madras further strengthens academic ties through joint teaching, co-supervision of doctoral candidates, and shared research facilities. The Saxon Science Liaison Office in India now serves as a permanent bridge for students, researchers, and innovators, supporting vibrant partnerships and active agreements with leading Indian institutions. TU Dresden is honored to be the only German university in the Indo-European Heritage Network dedicated to preserving and reimagining our shared cultural and technological heritage. We are also proud to take part in student exchanges between the IITs and the TU9 Alliance, enabling young scholars to gain knowledge, skills, and friendships that span continents. Today, we celebrate, we affirm our intent to continue this journey and to explore new forms of cooperations. We see opportunities for collaborative joint academic programs, such as dual and joint degrees, for addressing global challenges together, for heritage preservation, for technological progress, and for expanding exchanges between our students and faculty. This expression of intent is not a contract, but an invitation to deepen our dialogue, strengthen our partnership, and contribute together to the wider Indo-German relationship in higher education. IIT Kharagpur and all the IITs inspire us. Your achievements over 75 years prove what vision and dedication can accomplish. As you look to the future, We look forward to working with you side by side in a spirit of friendship, excellence, and shared purpose. Shukriya, danke, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Stram. Now, our next partner is UN University, UNU Flores, and represented by Professor Daniel Karthe and Dr. Sonia Han Tomer.
Honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and students of IIT Kharagpur, it is my pleasure to address you right after our colleagues and friends of TU Dresden, and it is my honor to speak to you together with my colleague, Ms. Sonia Han Tomer, the head of our Executive and Liaison Office. Unfortunately, the two of us cannot be with you in Kharagpur today, but we are very enthusiastic to join you online. On behalf of UNU Flores in Dresden and the wider United Nations University family, I am delighted to extend our heartfelt congratulations on the occasion of your Platinum Jubilee celebration. This year holds special significance for us as well, as we mark the 50th anniversary of United Nations University, a moment of shared milestones for both IIT Kharagpur and UNU. Our new strategy, launched in this milestone year, is built on three guiding pillars: knowledge, partnerships, and impact. In the spirit of partnership, we welcome opportunities to explore collaboration where resources and priorities align. Just a few weeks ago, we had the pleasure of hosting an official from the Embassy of India in Berlin, here in Dresden, to discuss potential avenues for cooperation and collaboration. While based in Germany, the work of UNU Flores and of United Nations University as a whole is deeply rooted in the Global South, as reflected in both our diverse team and the wide-ranging projects we carry out across more than 50 countries. India has evolved as a core partner with numerous collaborative projects that involve excellent students and researchers. Let me once again extend our congratulations to everyone at IIT Kharagpur on your 75th anniversary. We look forward to the opportunity to contribute to your next chapter through partnership and collaboration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Karthe, and also best wishes to you on your 50th anniversary, which I can see on your backdrop.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So that brings us to the end of this Indo-German partnership cooperations. I really hope that these partnerships will take the Indo-German collaborations on our campus to a different level in the next year or so. The next announcement that we have is from Waseda University, Japan, represented by Professor Yoshiro Okazaki. Okazaki-san, please, the stage is yours.
So, namaskar, Amar naam Yoshiro Okazaki. My name is Yoshiro Okazaki, Waseda University, Tokyo from Japan. And first of all, I would like to congratulate the 75th of this Foundation Day today and of IIT Kharagpur. And I am very deeply honored to be visiting here today. And I would like to thank the respected Director Professor Chakraborty and all the esteemed faculty here and all the staffs to this special day today. And I'm collaborating with Professor Suman Chakraborty since 3 years ago regarding this affordable medical device. And today, I'm not going to have a long talk. I just have a prototype here, collaborating with this. This is developed with through these collaborations. This is an endoscope prototype, which you can see inside the body, like inside in the cavity. So on this flexible tube, we insert into the like a nose, a throat, and to see, we take a picture of the diseased site and transfer the image to this to a smartphone like this. I hope you can see. So this technology can use it for the telemedicine easily, from a village site to the city site, the specialist in the city, hospitals. And this is really affordable device. It's easy to clean, very portable. And so on top of this, we are now integrating this clinical information, such as patient records, symptoms, and this imaging information to develop the clinical decision support system for those working in, for those the healthcare workers in the low resource setting like villages, rural villages in India, or the remote islands in Sundarbans in West Bengal, or we have a lot of small islands in Japan too. And as you probably know, in Japan we have a lot of earthquake or tsunami. So the emergency situation, this system is very useful. So we are finalizing MOU at the moment, and I'm very much excited to continue our collaboration between IIT Kharagpur and Waseda University. Not only that, through India and Japan, and also to the global. And once again, I would like to congratulate this 75th anniversary today. Thank you very much.
And what a wonderful innovation. May we now request the director to present him with a memento and offer our thanks for his very, very hands-on presence. In fact, he had the device that he was working on in hand. Right. Professor. I'll hold on to it. Thank you. And we come to the final session of today's program, which is the alumni-centric initiatives. And I would request the Dean Alumni Affairs, Professor Siddhartha Mukhopadhyay, to take over. And I would take this opportunity to take leave from you all. All the best and have a lovely year ahead.
So, I mean, the last session, we are all eager to conclude, but we have a very, very important session with our very close, dear alumni. I would, with everybody's permission, I would do an out-of-turn switch and invite Mr. Aniruddha Banerjee to first come on stage and please make his presentation, because his daughter is not feeling so well. So they are getting a little restless. Yes, Aniruddha, will you please come? So the first presentation is by Mr. Aniruddha Banerjee. Yes, please. So Aniruddha will make a brief presentation. Yes.
I'll be brief. Good evening. It's truly an honor and privilege to stand before you today. As the Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur celebrates its Platinum Jubilee, I too celebrate together with all of you. Everyone who belongs to this institute, who has walked its halls, knows this much. wherever we may be and whatever we have become, this institute has been fundamental in shaping us, very fundamental. To be here today, therefore, feels like a rare stroke of good fortune. I thank everyone who made it possible. Thank you. I also celebrate today memory of my father, Baba, as I call him, as many of us in Bengal call our fathers. To each one of us, our parents are special in ways that words can barely convey. To me, my father, late Sri Arun Banerjee, was extraordinary, more than I can ever explain, more than memories alone can capture. Just as important and therefore unforgettable are my professors too. Late Professor Madhujit Mukhopadhyay, Professor N.R. Mondal, Professor Om Prakash Shah, to name a few, who taught me just not my subjects, but also how to face adversity in life without losing one's composure. The lessons have stood in test of time in my life. The presence in my life remains as luminous in memory as it was in reality, as if happened someday in the past when I was their student. It is time in my life, therefore, to make good on the promise that we all fell, and one we make silently as students here, that we will give back. We will give back. We have pledged rupees 1 crore for students' wellness program and an equipment for a biotech incubator lab along with it too. But back for a second to my Baba and Ma. Baba and Ma never quit and taught me not to leave tasks unfinished and never run away from life. I emphasize that for a reason. Some of the reasons why I'm here today is to say here that never quit like my Baba and Ma. They faced adversity with calm grace and with stories really used textbook. Life is never easy, but if one persists, there is always a way forward. Quitting is easy, perseverance is what defines us. By giving back, I feel I extend my support to those who fight, who refuse to quit, whatever the adversity. Let me share one more memory that has stayed with me always. In my final undergraduate year, I had to borrow 5,000 rupees from Student Brotherhood Fund. I do not say this with any sadness, mind you. This was a fact of my life. I had to confront it. But it's a memory which does not leave me. Perhaps it's just a statistics, but it was an obstacle that needed to be overcome, and what it meant in my life's journey is far greater. Very little is left to say. My wife Shujata often reminds me, sometimes with little exasperation, that our community, which has benefited so much from this institute, must be aware of the promises we once made, dedicated to the service of the nation. I join her in urging everyone, starting with you, to be generous in supporting our alma mater. Some today me, tomorrow you. I'm grateful to Professor Shuman Chakraborty, Professor Amit Patro, Professor Bhargav Moitro, and Siddhartha Mukherjee for making it possible to be here today. For me, today marks not just fulfillment of a promise, but also beginning of a new journey. Of few initiatives Shujata and I have always carried on our wish list, I hope we will share this journey together and ensure that our institute is never without the support of its past students. Once a student of IIT Kharagpur, always a student here. Thank you very much for your time and patience. Thank you.
I'll invite the director to give you For the next presentation, an announcement, I will invite Ms. Ratun Lahiri for the IIT Kharagpur Platinum Jubilee Endowment. And, yeah, please. And also, Mr. Arjun Malhotra, who has been, as usual, inspiring.
Thank you. Happy 75th birthday, IIT Kharagpur. Namaskar. My name is Ratun Lahiri. I am BTech Mechanical Engineering, class of 1991. Along with Arjun Malhotra, Electronics and Telecommunication Engineering, class of 1970. Abhinav Sinha, Chemical Engineering, class of 2003. And Anish Gupta, Manufacturing Science and Engineering, class of 2006. We are delighted to announce the IIT Kharagpur Platinum Jubilee Endowment Fund. This will be a 1,500 crore fund raised over 5 years. Raised over 5 years from 2025 to 2030. This will be a Section 8 company with fully tax exempt for donors because it will have charitable connotation. Most of all, as I just mentioned, the core team truly represents IIT across geographic theaters, across age groups, across professions, and across different branches of engineering, during our stay here at IIT. We will co-opt another team, a working team, along with us, which will include other alumni and faculty. And this entire initiative, of course, will be fronted by the fundraising effort will be led by the director and the deans of the institute, because they truly represent the institute. We are aiding the effort. In terms of where we go, the road ahead, the first close will be at 100 crores. We aim to do that within 1 year. And the proof of the pudding lies in the eating. It's very late in the evening today, so I shall be very brief. I hope to stand here, we all hope to be here in a year's time to report, how much we've done. So rather than make tall promises, I think we should get on with the job. And within 5 years, as I said, so it's 100 crore first close that we are aiming within a year, then 350 crores, 800 crores, 1,000 crores, 1,500 crores. In terms of modus operandi, raising funds, I want to talk in terms of three things. Raising funds, because as an investment professional myself, as a venture capitalist, I know that is one of the critical aspects of this. So one is raising the funds, number two is administering the funds, and number three is deploying the funds. I will focus very briefly on how we aim to raise this corpus. We will do that in 5 key ways. Firstly, of course, our successful alumni successful alumni both in India and globally, who we shall look to for this endowment. Number two, KGP young alumni as SIP equivalent, every month. Number three, CSR funds post year 3. Number 4, eminent non-IITians of repute, of national and international repute, who wish to be part of the growth of an institute of national eminence like IIT Kharagpur. And number 5, leading organizations and institutions. I think we all heard the stirring speech by Mr. Adani, the plenary speaker earlier, and how much he talked about Atmanirbhar Bharat and freedom fight, the new breed of freedom fighters, and how Indian corporations, Indian multinationals wish to be a part of this effort. So certainly, we shall be looking at organizations such as that, for this endowment, along with, of course, our magnificent Maharatnas and others. And equally, multinationals who are, using India, leveraging India as a very large market, and, who I'm sure would want to contribute, and be, to the growth of IIT Kharagpur. And we should remind them that indeed it should be so, as it is done globally. In terms of administering funds, till we raise the first 100 crores, it will be basically deployed in money markets through a reputed, wealth manager. And after that, we will build a small team, for marketing and for the back office functions. Beyond that, we shall look at growing an investment team. But again, as I said, we will cross the bridge when we come to it. But it will all be done with, per Government of India rules. And number 5, so in terms of deploying funds, we are still in the process of discussing this, but one thing I want to make very, very clear, it will be underpinned by 2 key pillars. Number 1, it is socially relevant to India, because we cannot forget that when we come in through the gates of this magnificent institute, the first words that greet us is dedicated to the service of the nation. I remember when I first got into IIT Kharagpur, my father is an alumni, 1960 batch. I'm married to an alum of IIT Kharagpur. I remember at that point, I got down from, I stood there and I took the dust from the, I took the dust and touched my forehead with it. And I looked up and I saw dedicated to the service of the nation. We can never, ever forget that. Therefore, the 2 key pillars will be it must be socially relevant to India, and it must be in terms of futuristic technologies that benefit our great nation as it marches towards Viksit Bharat 2047. IIT Kharagpur is indeed the oldest IIT and rightfully known as the mother of all IITs. We've heard this many a time earlier this evening, built on hallowed ground. The Hijli Detention Center, where our valiant freedom fighters were once housed. And therefore, this is an institute of national eminence, built by India, for India, of India. And therefore, for the next 75 years and evermore, let us join hands together as we build for IIT Kharagpur, as we build for India, towards Viksit Bharat 2047. I was very, I consider myself very privileged to have been part of, to have witnessed the launch of the Manekshaw Center of Excellence today. We all heard earlier this evening from Lieutenant General Shah. And, it was, for me, where it is an interdisciplinary group that is coming together, streams that are coming together, IITs, NITs, others collaborating to do this. What more, what better example of Atmanirbhar Bharat or self-reliant India can there be other than this? Therefore, all I say is, let's come together, and join hands to build that magnificent future for IIT Kharagpur and for India. Viksit Bharat 2047. KGP ka tempo high hai. Jai Hind.
So I'll invite may I invite our director to please give a memento to give mementos to this team. Would you like to? Yes, please. Yeah, okay. So you are under the same this article. This is you are here. Yes. And I'm going to call. So yeah. So again. I'll make a switch because Mr. Rajesh Johar is actually waiting in Singapore, where it is past midnight. So, looking at that, I will invite Mr. Rajesh Johar, who is waiting to make an announcement online. So, can we have Mr. Rajesh Johar, please? Sir, please. Sir, looks like you are muted. Can you unmute yourself? Are you muted?
Okay, am I audible now?
Yes, you are. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor. Thanks for switching me. Good evening, everyone. It's been very late. I'm Rajesh Johar. I graduated in mining engineering during 89 to 93 during my stay in Kharagpur. I was a resident of RK Hall. Hall is very important for us alumni. As an alumni of this esteemed institution, it's with pride and responsibility. My years here were transformative, but also challenging. And today I want to speak about something we often overlook in our pursuit of excellence, and that's our mental health. Every student who walks in here is here because they are brilliant. Every student here is a top ranker from respective schools, and thus academic pressure, social expectations, and the silent weight of comparison does take a toll. Factors like stress, self-doubts, burnout, and loneliness, if not tackled early, can become risk factors for anxiety, depression, suicidal thoughts, and much more. As per WHO, mental health isn't just the absence of mental disorders. It is also a state of well-being that enables people to cope with everyday stresses, learn well, and work well. And therefore, preventive care must be part of the strategy to deal with mental health, not just a reaction to crisis. The point is that many mental health issues can be prevented and can be dealt with before it's too late. Keeping the above in mind, I, along with my wife, Ruchira, who's a practicing psychotherapist in Singapore, have donated rupees 1 crore for this cause to IIT Kharagpur. So what can one do? A few things need to be done in tandem. IIT Kharagpur has already started the good work. Over a period, positive results would be seen. The basic approach to consider and adopt is the NRCB model, which is normalize, recognize, connect, and balance. When you say normalize, it is normalizing conversations around mental health, using non-threatening and non-stigmatizing vocabulary. This requires a change in mindset. This is not easy and would not happen overnight. The Institute now having a Dean of Student Well-being is a great step in this direction. We need to recognize issues for which one needs to train faculty and staff to recognize early signs of distress and respond with empathy, not judgment. This would enable to create an ecosystem where empathy versus judgment will be the first reaction. I would sincerely request the Institute to consider this. Third is connection. Connection is a primary human need. Our modern society today endorses individualistic lifestyles, and many young people today feel very alone. Loneliness is actually a global issue, and some countries, including the UK, actually have a ministry of loneliness. Connection through peer support groups and mentorship programs goes a long way. Another way is to maybe look at whether courses can be designed to have group projects, which gets people to interact in small groups. During my time in IIM Bangalore, I learned a few aspects of dealing with people and each one's unique personality through the group project work. This helped build connections too, in an otherwise a very arduous academic program. Last but not the least is the balance, like everything else in life. This part, the students have to take initiative. Undergrad school must be more than just academics. If it was only academics, students could have been taught online. Physical activity, creative outlets like drama club, lit society, these aren't distractions, they are lifelines. I recall my basketball practice sessions during my IIT days. It helped me take on the challenges of student life. I would encourage students to participate in activities beyond academics. It helps build character. Trust me, per experience, my learnings outside the classrooms were as useful as the learnings inside the classroom. It helped me in my career. To summarize, mental health is not a solitary battle. It's a collective responsibility. At IIT KGP, let's build an environment where students thrive, not just academically, but emotionally and socially. The true legacy of a premier institute isn't just in its accolades. It is in the well-being of its people. Finally, as a true KGPite, let me end with KGP ka tempo high here. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Yeah. Thank you, Rajesh ji. Thanks for your encouraging message and staying up for so long. So,
thank you.
Yeah. So we will move on. you can stay on or you can log out when you want to. It's very late for you, I understand. So now we will go according to the order, and I would like to invite the President of IIT KGP Foundation USA, Dr. Ashok Desarkar, our very own Ashok Da, who has been waiting for a long time very patiently. So yes, Ashok Da, first of all, I'll take your scoldings later, but I think you can start your speech.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, I can hear you. Everybody can.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. I'm okay. So let's start with this. Good evening, everyone. Let me begin by expressing my heartfelt gratitude to Honorable Minister Sri Dharmendra Pradhan and Dr. Sukanta Mujumdar. I think they came earlier, and thank you for taking the precious time to speak earlier today and for your unwavering support of IIT Kharagpur. We need that. Your encouragement gives us confidence and clarity as we step into the next chapter of this institute's remarkable journey. Next, I will thank the previous directors of IIT Kharagpur with whom I had the privilege to work. Professor Parthapratim Chakravarti, commonly known as PPC, and Professor B.K. Tiwari. Their hard work, commitment, and vision during their 10 years have contributed greatly to the progress of the institutes. And the progress can be intangible and tangible. A lot of people don't realize that. Just giving money may not be the right solution. A lot of work was done in a tangible way and intangible way. We need to respect that. And of course, I want to take a moment to warmly welcome Professor Suman Chakravarti, the incoming director of IIT Kharagpur. Professor Chakravarti, your leadership begins at a pivotal time in the institute's history, and not just institute history, in our country's history. It's absolutely a pivotal moment. If we don't do well now, we will never do well again. This is, you do it or don't do it. Do or die. And the history also encompasses the celebration that we're having, 75th Jubilee, and how important that is. We, the global alumni and the foundation, look forward to working closely with you to advance the vision of making IIT Kharagpur a true global leader in higher education. And Professor Chakravarti has in his team several eminent deans like Siddhartha and all of them, others to execute this future program that are being delineated today. And here I need to add that these are the leaders and we need to follow them. You cannot be a good leader if you're not a good follower. So we have the responsibility and accountability to follow these leaders. Don't question them every other turn. They can't get things done. Then when I think of role of an institution in shaping civilization, I'm always thinking long term. I'm thinking very big in the cloud. Thinking big in the cloud does not cost you money. It just costs you a lot of time. And our minds, my minds at least, go back to Nalanda, the ancient Mahabharata that once stood as the world's greatest center of learning. Nalanda was not merely a university. It is a beacon that drew seekers of knowledge from as far as China, Korea, Central Asia, and beyond. In other words, the flow of traffic from those countries to India is a significant indication that where India was that time. And we are not in that shape today. Today we are going outside. We need to reverse that. So it symbolizes India's historic role as a cradle of global scholarship. Today IIT Kharagpur has the opportunity, and I would say the obligation, to carry that torch forward. Just as Nalanda was the pinnacle of learning in the ancient world, KGP must strive to be the global center of excellence in the modern world. A place without comparison. It's not a relative scale, it's an absolute scale. But the best minds come together to solve the grand challenge of our times. And at the IIT KGP Foundation USA, our goal is to inseparably from the Institute's own mission. Whatever Institute's mission, our mission, we need to put it together and have complete alignment. Together we are committed to supporting the quality of life, and many of you have talked about health, education, personal relationship between students. Because the great institutions are built not only on classrooms and labs, but on communities and where students thrive, discover, and grow. So you learn more from the peer than from the classroom. That's what I believe, and we should do that. And the second one is that IIT KGP should rise to the top of the global QS ranking, and not for the sake of number, but because such recognition signals that the world sees what we already know, that KGP is a power of innovation, creativity, and leadership. But it is not quite well known. That's why the rankings are low. We need to all work together, the alumni, amongst ourselves, to make this ranking go higher. Last year, Suresh Nawar from Alumni Foundation in USA tried this concept with two professors from management school, with Tewari's help, and the ranking went up by 50 points in 1 year. So we need to do this further, not back off. Keep pushing till you get your goal. However, the goal is tough. Then the next one is, the previous speaker talked about this, ensuring curricular alignment with India's needs as a nation. What is the need of India is not the same as the need of the United States. It's very different. You need to understand that and go along with alignment and change the transformation of national in technology, health, agriculture, infrastructure, governance, and most important, poor people that live below the poverty line. We need to have projects that absolutely focuses on those. No two way about it. Then establish IIT Kharagpur, the global center of learning. Nalanda was once, where people, the undergraduate hall, graduate halls, there should be more students than Indian students. And that is the indication that we have made that progress. So let's build big new halls, and all the foreign students can come from every country. And that will be the absolute indicator. It's a litmus test. So the Platinum Jubilee is not just a celebration, it is a call to action, a call to review our commitment to the Institute's vision, to strengthen the bridge between alumni across the globe and the campus in Kharagpur, and to ensure that IIT Kharagpur continues to inspire generations as Nalanda once did. So I have to tell you that this linkage between alumni and IIT Kharagpur today is weak. Out of 100,000 students, I don't know if there is, a spreadsheet we have 10,000. We need to make that 100,000 and beyond, and continue to be a live spreadsheet that at all times we know where our alumni are, at what stage they are, and how can they help us, both tangible and intangible. On a personal note, as someone who walked these corridors as a student decades ago, I can say that without hesitation, that IIT Kharagpur shaped not only my career, but also my values, my friendship, and my worldview. My wife, Rumachari, is also alumni, and we have a bond of being part of this great institution. This institution gave us not only knowledge, opportunity, but also a lifelong sense of belonging. The confidence of dreaming big, the resilience to face challenges, and the sense of duty to give back. All of this is what IIT KGP instilled in us, and also my older brother, also a graduate of IIT Kharagpur. When I speak of helping IIT KGP rise to global recognition, it is not a strategy, it is a personal mission. It is about ensuring that future generations of students experience the same transformative power that IIT Kharagpur gave me. This transformative power should be part of a process when people are going there. Many of my friends who are there today, Patho, Arjun, they went through this transformative process. And 100% of the alumni should go through the transformative process. Think the amount of help that we can get from those alumni, if they do go through this transformative process, is immense. It's unbelievable. So my talk reflects this process. So all the alumni, let's get together. Let's pool our ideas, resources, and our passion. My talk reflects, the speech that I just gave, reflects, and the third process, alumni chapters from India, USA, Europe, Australia, and other parts of the world. It's not just mine. And Raja Venkat will speak next, talk further about our initiatives. He knows a lot more. He's a lot more deeply involved, and he's been tremendous help. So So together we can ensure that IIT Kharagpur not only honors its past, but defines the future of education, research, innovation on the global stage. And this is our responsibility. Thank you and Jai Hind. God bless you.
Yeah, that was Mr. Desharkar, whose family, as you had heard from the director earlier, has made a very substantial contribution to IIT Kharagpur, and we are going to make an outreach center in the USA, as the director said. Thank you, Ashok Da.
Thank you.
Yeah. So now.
And good evening.
Yes, sir. So in deference of his seniority, now I'm going to invite Dr. Peter Chan, who is a very senior and distinguished alumnus. He is going to come online, and he is a global bonsai expert. Dr. Peter Chan. Yeah, can we have Peter online, please? Yeah. Yes, sir. So nice to see you again. I think your mic is muted.
Okay. Is that okay now?
Yes, we can hear you. Very nice.
Okay, you can hear me? Well,
Please give us your,
for those of you who,
your words.
can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Right. Well, I'm one of the characters of IIT Kharagpur. When IIT Kharagpur was founded 75 years ago today, I was exactly 10 years old. So I have the distinction of sharing the same birthday as IIT Kharagpur. So that is some coincidence. Well, now, I first set foot on Kharagpur soil in June 1958. So I was in Kharagpur from 58 to 62. So today I'm probably the oldest alumni present here at the age of 85. So what does that make me? I may not look old, but I am quite a senior. Anyway, when I came to the campus in 1958, the place was just a jungle. The jackals used to roam through the corridors, the Santal villagers used to roam through the campus, and it was a complete bedlam, but we enjoyed ourselves. I still regard my 4 years at IIT Kharagpur as the happiest years of my life. I'm sure all of you who've spent time in Kharagpur will feel the same. They are certainly the most happy times in our entire lives. So, what was my claim to fame? I'm not a great techie. My claim to fame that when I was in Kharagpur, I was the West Bengal cycling champion, and I was adored by professors, their children, the mess servants, the gardeners. Everyone adored me for my cycling. I was hopeless in studies, but despite that, I managed to get through, and I have had 2 changes of career. I'm now doing my 3rd career. So at the age of 85, what have I achieved in life? I'm not a billionaire. I have some real estate. I have a big company where I grow and make bonsai. And I like to be known as one of the most famous bonsai influencers in the world. So I have a very powerful YouTube channel with a huge following. So, was my education at IIT Kharagpur wasted? I don't think it was wasted in the least, because IIT has taught me how to think, how to solve problems, how to get on in the world, and how to live life. I was quite impressed when one of the previous speakers emphasized the importance of having a well-rounded life. When I addressed the convocation in 2022, I did hint on this because I said that life is not just about making money or becoming a very famous techie. I think at my age, we all have to die. What goes through my mind? I think, what can I pass on I can't pass on my money. I can't take my money into the next world. I certainly can't take my property to the next world. But what I can pass on is my legacy. And I want people to know that I have had some influence in their lives. I hope I can have influenced and made their life better. So that is what I would like people to think that I am able to do. And this is what IITians should do. When I had a visit from Professor Rintu Banerjee, only a couple of months ago, she came to visit me with two other colleagues. We were talking about setting up a wellness center. I would certainly like to see that happen here. For so long, I've realized that there is a shortage, having a well-rounded personality. In life, you can make all the money you can make, but if you're not happy, if you're not a well-rounded person, it does not count for anything. So I want to see happen in IIT Kharagpur, a wellness center where people can teach how to have a well-rounded, happy life and a fulfilled life. So on that thought, I would hope that IIT Kharagpur not just survives for another 75 years, but for many hundreds of years to come. So with that, I bid you goodbye, and I hope to visit Kharagpur again. Although I'm 85, with God's grace, I hope to visit here again.
Thank you, sir. What marvelous words. I wish our boys and girls were here to actually listen to you. Nevertheless, I'm sure I'm going to meet you again at IIT Kharagpur. Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving us your words of wisdom.
Thank you.
So I'll move on now. May I invite the president of the IIT KGP Foundation India, Mr. Raja Venkat, Mr. Abhishek Yadav and team to please come and make their presentation. You have waited for a long time, but you are our most near one, so I would rather make you wait than others.
It's indeed a pleasure. Thanks a lot to the director, deputy director, deans, and the alumni cell. I request all the members of the EC committee to come and be on stage. I'm a team player. I'm a captain of a nice team. And my success totally depends on them. So that's why all these people are here. They're going to make the things happen. Each one of them have a plan, a project that is going to make things happen. Now, I'm just introducing each of them. This is Surajit. He's going to do an environment project. And this is Krishna. Please come forward each. Krishna, he's going to be doing the PPP model for about 1,000 rooms. That's what he is going to be working on, that we have been working on for several months. And that's what is going to be his expertise, and he's going to deliver. And he's been doing a lot of things, our Jaitli. And Commander Jaitli is going to be concentrating on village development and tribal empowerment. So this is Shankar. He is a Wing Commander Shankar. He is going to be giving eye hospital. They do about 10,000 operations every year in his different hospitals. He's got one in Chennai, which is so huge, and he's got one in Orissa, and they are planning to do one in Bihar, and he can really deliver this kind of a requirement in IIT with a hospital. And this is my Vice President Pankaj Singh. He is behind everything. He's the greatest support, and so is Siddharth. The General Secretary is, and we have Satish from Hyderabad, who has been, they're planning to contribute huge amounts of money by raising a lot of seminars. And of course, everybody knows Abhishek. Everybody here in IIT knows Abhishek. He's not a new name to IIT. And Chakresh is from Delhi chapter, and he's been instrumental in a lot of good plans, and they have something happening on September 6th, right? and they are taking things forward, going and canvassing for huge amount of sponsorship. Then Daga, everybody knows Daga again, and he is going to be, he's already started promoting the Lalu Hall renovation work. Today, he signed up for 50 lakhs, if I'm not mistaken, right? Something like that. And Srikanth has been working at things, he's from Chennai, he's been working at things from last more than 10 years or 15 years. He looks so young, but he's been working in the Alumni for about 15 years and is a legal expert. Then we have Dinesh, and from Bangalore, and everybody knows Prashant. His father is a professor, and again, he's been working on a lot of things about Section 8 companies and all that, which we have been separately discussing. Then we have the two people, Zubin, is that Zubin? Yeah, Zubin, again from Chennai chapter. He's been doing a lot of things, making a Pan-IIT movement over there, and then Cricket Academy and things like that. And Manish has a distinguished service awardee now, so everybody knows what he has achieved. So this is the team, and I'm as good as the team. I'm a captain who's as good as the team. So they are going to perform. I put the people in front of you who are going to be behind the show. So then, since we don't have too much time, where is Major General? Please, Major General Indra Balan. He has been in the recent drone technology. He has been working on that during the Operation Sindoor. Can you say it for 30 seconds? Something. 30 seconds. What you have done. After that, I'll take over.
Good evening. Sorry for this interjection. I'm General Indra Balan. I work a lot on drone technology. I use technology to unearth things from underground using GPR. I also use drone technology for creating loitering munitions. I work a lot on core electronics. I'm trying to make sure that India before Sindoor 2.0 is indigenously and having its own technology. We enjoy sovereignty and also enjoy what's known as the drone reliability in our operational readiness and having a secure India. That's what we're working on by creating something called as a Federation for Indigenous Drones, Autonomous Vehicles, and Robots. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot. He's got a lot of plans for IIT Kharagpur that he would be discussing with the director. And I personally say, when we say Indian initiative or something like that, it's actually not Indian initiative. We are just supporting the entire thing for IIT. And Ashok, I support him from my heart. And so I support Arjun and, Partha Ghosh if he is there. The point is, we are here to support every foundation and every alum and support IIT Kharagpur. That's the main idea. The theme is that it's not that India has got a separate initiative or somebody has got a separate initiative. We are in the same focus. Our goal is the same. So we just follow our goal, and whatever IIT Kharagpur wants to happen, we just think that which part of it somebody is going to do, which part of it we can complement with them. That's how we just work. And so we are into everything wherever you want us to be, okay? And I do not want to take too much time on this right now, because we do have a lot of, like I said, the PPP project and the boat project from, we are working with Bengal Olympic Committee, we are working with the Rowing Academy, and we are working with, Coco Committee, and we are working with, lawn bowling, and so many people we are working with, because we feel healthy body is healthy mind. And today's requirement in IIT Kharagpur seems to be a healthy mind, which possibly we can achieve by healthy body. And thank you very much for the opportunity given to us. Thank you.
So we just have one collective memento to the IIT Foundation. Please request you to come up. We had a very request the President to please receive this gift to the IIT KGP Foundation India. Thank you very much. We are very close to the end. May I invite now Mr. Abhinav Sinha from the 2007 batch. No, last ke pehle. Satinder Singh wait till last. Please, yourself.
Good evening, everyone. Going last, I will take a sign of love from you all. This is a very special day, and I'm representing a few alums here who have done some work together with our revered director, Professor Suman Chakravarti. I'm representing Anish Reddy, 2006, Anand Chaube, 2006, Satvik Sarvade, 2004, Shubhendu Panigrahi, Saket Kumar, 2004, and a couple of other alums as well who have come together to put down a couple of proposals, working very closely with Professor Suman, our revered director. If you can move on. First and foremost, as you would have seen, there is a lot that is going on, and our new director has a very grand vision for what we have to do, and this, if anything, this ceremony, this day today is a testimony of how many initiatives are in the pipeline and how many things we need to pull together. And to aid this, one of the proposals is to strengthen his execution team and give him the firepower to really, keep so many balls in the air. And as part of that, this is a very well accepted initiative which organizations follow in times of transformation. Chief of staffs, or rather, we are calling them chief of staffs of the strategy execution office as part of the director's office will be set up. There are 3 roles that will come up, and you have the details, but it's important to note that, you'll start off with 3 roles. And if this goes well, hopefully more. We are looking at alums with, ideally 4 to 10 years, that range of experience to come in, have their base in Kharagpur and work very closely with the deans, with the director, and with other, members to really pull off this agenda. Very happy to share that we started, socializing this. And there was a very brief post which went on LinkedIn. We already have more than 15 applications with us. So it's going to be a good job to sort of look at that and, source more broadly as well. But the intent is to have this team up and running within the next couple of months so that we can really, drive pace across all these initiatives. So that's the first one. The second thing I wanted to talk about from this small group of alums that we talked about is around mental health. If we can move to the next slide. This is one of the topmost priorities. Can we go to the next slide, please? This was shared by us as one of the topmost priorities, rightly so, by Professor Suman. So, this is a small team and we will need more support, and everyone has talked about it. I think the best words used were by the Wheels Foundation. They said, this is basically resilience training. It's less of mental health and more of resilience training, and you will see the initiatives discussed here or proposed here reflect how this is all about building resilience. So we are talking about a mandatory first-year course on transitioning to life in KGP. Multiple years have gone through, and they have had their own challenges. I hear about how freshers used to come in and used to get distributed into senior halls. By the time I got onto campus, we were segregated first years, and we spent 1 year in JCB and HJB hostels, and that meant new set of challenges. And I'm sure these set of challenges in the world of social media now are very different. But what does it mean to transition? That should be not taken for granted. This is what it means. We are talking about a mandatory course for all students on joy and success. Very rightly so, we were just hearing how you can make any amount of money, but the ultimate goal, if anyone can sort of seek that, is happiness. And in the context of what we define, we are all sort of students of engineering here. We like to pursue learning around technology and engineering, and therefore in that context, what is joy, what is success? We believe that a lot of that can be learned, that's the next initiative, through course structure, through workshops, through group activities, through alumni talks, engaging with alumni, engaging with people who are ahead on the same curve, if you can imagine, 10 years ahead, 15 years ahead, 20 years ahead. A lot of these young people, resilience training is, a lot of them just need to hear that you will be okay, you will all do very well. And hearing this in different constructs, whether this is through a course structure or through alumni talks, will be really helpful. Finally, we have a brief proposal on how participation in extracurricular activities, participation, as Rajesh was talking about, in holistic development, in well-rounded development, how can that lead to a point structure or credits in the overall sort of life at KGP. That is a proposal which will promote more and more participation. I can reflect back to my days and also say that participation was very healthy back then. I'm sure it's healthy now. But if you are looking at 60, 70, 80% of the students participating, I'm sure more can be done. I would look back and say that in Gymkhana activities, my days, 2002, 2003, maybe the participation was maybe 30% at best. Now here, if we can raise it to 50, 60%, it can have a very meaningful impact in, as we were saying, resilience training of students on campus. So these are two different, very different initiatives, but very close to all of us, very close to Professor Suman, and we really want to make a dent on it. We are already aggressively working on, getting more alumni days on campus, so we should measure and grow it significantly. I guess today, if we look at alumni days on campus, my guess would be, we are looking at maybe, 1,000 odd days. We should look at how we can increase it 10x. How do we have in a year 10,000 alumni days on campus, right? So with these type of goals, we will set aside these goals and start working towards that. We will have a larger group as well. Ideas are most welcome, and with your blessing, I'm sure we will be able to make it end. Thank you.
I'll invite the director again. Thank you. Last but one, but certainly not the least, Commander V.K. Jaitley, please. We have one more.
थैंक यू वेरी मच। मुझे याद आ रही है स्प्रिंग फेस्टिवल के दौरान जब ड्रामेटिक्स होता था तो लास्ट में वही लोग रह जाते थे जिस हाल का ड्रामा बचता था, बाकी सब भाग जाते थे। तो अभी भी जो लोग बैठे हुए हैं, मेरा शत शत नमन उन लोगों को कि यू हैव गॉट रियली जोश तो है आप लोगों में। थैंक यू वेरी मच, सो नाइस। अच्छा, नॉर्मली मेरी स्पीच जो होती है नेताजी या कहीं पर भी 90 मिनट की होती है, लेकिन आज मैं 90 सेकंड्स कर दूंगा इसको, डोंट वरी। ओके, सो पहली बात तो कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस टू केजीपी ऑन इट्स 75th बर्थडे। हमने एक आईटी ब्रांड बना दिया है पूरी दुनिया में, टॉप ब्रांड, इट्स अ ग्रेट ब्रांड। लेकिन कभी आपने सोचा कि इस ब्रांड को जिन लोगों ने बनाया उनके लिए भी कुछ किया जाए? तो मेरी पहली बुक थी जो आईआईटी के बारे में थी, 100 ग्रेट आईआईटियंस डेडिकेटेड टू द सर्विस ऑफ नेशन। गॉड्स ग्रेस, जिसने भी देखा है ही हैज लाइक्ड इट। लाइब्रेरी में पड़ी हुई है, जिसने नहीं देखा पढ़ लीजिएगा जा करके। एंड मैनी पीपल एडवाइज कि जो फर्स्ट ईयर के बच्चे आते हैं उनको हर स्टोरी पढ़नी चाहिए। 100 ग्रेट आईआईटियंस हु स्टेड बैक इन इंडिया एंड कंट्रीब्यूटेड। कहानी लंबी है, मैं वहीं पर ब्रेक लगाता हूँ। अब जब इनकी लगा दी तो हमारे जो फॉरेन कंट्रीज में लोग बैठे हैं उन्होंने बोला भैया हम भी तो बहुत कुछ कर रहे हैं। तो नेक्स्ट बुक इज कमिंग, 100 ग्रेट ग्लोबल आईआईटियंस, जिसमें देयर आर सो मेनी ऑफ देम। खड़गपुर के भी हैं, दूसरी IITs के भी हैं. And next is 100 great women IITians also. Why should we leave women out? So one book on the women also. And the most important, the people who produce these IITians, what about them? So during this Platinum Jubilee, I have already started working on 100 great IIT professors who made IITs what they are. तो जनाब उसके लिए जरा से ताली बजा दीजिए. और सबसे बड़ी चीज कि इन सभी बुक्स का जो प्रॉफिट होगा वो मैंने पहले बोला था कि 40% will go to the 23 IITs for the poor students, 40% for the tribal area near IIT Kharagpur, जहां पर हमने 75 villages को अडॉप्ट करने की बात कही है, 10% PM केयर फंड और 10% मेरी जो छोटी सी किट्टी है डोनेट करने की छोटी सी, वो 10% से थोड़ी सी बड़ी हो जाएगी. लेकिन ये जो बुक है 100 ग्रेट IITians वाली, 100 ग्रेट IIT प्रोफेसर्स हु मेड IITs व्हाट दे आर, उसका 100% प्रॉफिट विल गो टू IIT खड़गपुर. 100%. जितना भी सरप्लस बचेगा उसके खर्चे के बाद ऑल विल कम टू IIT खड़गपुर. तो मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है अपने डायरेक्टर साहब के साथ, जस्ट give me some help in the form of 1 or 2 people who can connect with me and help me in producing it before 18th August 2026. That's my target date. Within this 1 year, I want to do that book. So that's all. With that, thank you very much. Thank you. Sir.
So we have come to the last presentation, which is a recorded session from Dr. Satinder Singh Rekhi, who was unable to join online, so he has sent a video. Can we play that video? And that is the last one in this session, and then we will move on. Dr. Satinder Singh Rekhi's video, please.
Esteemed guests, I am honored to be a part of this 75th Foundation Day celebrations at IIT Kharagpur through this video. Our institute has come a long way and we alumni remain grateful to our alma mater to this day. Close to 9 years ago, I had the good fortune of sponsoring the Science of Happiness Center at IIT Kharagpur, and we have been teaching the science behind happiness for the last many years, and I believe the center has impacted lives of many. Today, I am pleased to announce that Professor Suman Chakrabarty, our passionate and capable director, has expressed his desire to expand this happiness initiative so that it reaches more lives. The director has proposed a visionary initiative, the Focus Happiness Program, to be developed under the Student Empowerment through Transformative Understanding platform at IIT Kharagpur. We live through stressful times, and we have to learn how to manage stress, how to carry stress. That is what the science behind happiness teaches. Our mission of the center is to create happy students, happy faculty, and a happy campus. Further, with the support of our director, we will be introducing a postdoc fellowship on the science of happiness in collaboration with a top American university, Claremont Graduate University, California. It's based in California. More details will follow. Finally, I want to congratulate everybody, all of us, all of you, for this celebrations, the 75th Foundation Day celebrations, and I wish everybody a lot of happiness. Thank you.
So that was a message from Dr. Rekhi. We have come to the end. We have to pleasant and important tasks. For the first one, I invite our director for his closing remarks.
So we have come to a long, what we call as a day-night event, in the language of cricket. And what I would say, what more we can say, today is the happy birthday, and as a child, IIT Kharagpur in the 75th birthday has got many gifts. So there have been lots of announcements, and we are absolutely thrilled to get these. And the responsibility from the institute now is to absorb this properly and translate these into action items. Usually the challenges that we face is that in happy days we have lots of good things and good announcements, but follow-up is a bit weak. So I think from our institution we promise that we would have the necessary follow-up for everything, starting from what was announced by Sri Adani in the morning, in the afternoon session, down to our last session, the last speaker, Dr. Rekhi, who talked about happiness. So in the happy day, I think we could, end up the night rather with happiness. And I would sincerely thank our entire team. We have certain silent workers who are neither deans nor heads or all these things, but they have worked behind the scene. I know that they have worked day and night, and I think it is our responsibility to translate all these to actions. I thank all the participants who have participated in today's program, and the kinds of new hopes that they have given and the directions they have provided, it's enormous. I would personally thank Arjun, who has been the binding agent of many of these events, but this particular event, in speciality, and none better than the inaugural Hall of Fame award winner. I would like to thank three of our former directors, and incidentally only one we could felicitate. The other one, Professor Amitabh Ghosh, just had to return before we could start that session, and the third one, Professor PPC, sitting here. We do not want to give him a kind of an award which shows that he is retired. So, so we have a lot to extract from the brilliant PPC, and I promise that I will try my best to do that. With these few words, I think we would invite our registrar to draw the vote of thanks and the conclusions.
Namaste to all. It is my proud privilege on behalf of the Institute and organizing committee to propose the vote of thanks on this momentous occasion of our 75th Foundation Day. First, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to our Honorable Minister of Education, Shri Dharmendra Pradhan, and Honorable Minister of State for Education, Shri Sukant Majumdar, for gracing this historic day with inspiring words. I would also like to thank Shri T.V. Narendran, Chairman BOG, for his address. Special thanks to our distinguished guest and plenary speaker, Shri Gautam Adani, who has managed to join us in commemorating this landmark journey of IIT Kharagpur. A special word of appreciation for our distinguished guest, U.S. Consul General from Kolkata, Ms. Kathy Giles Diaz, for her gracious presence on this occasion. I would also like to thank our former directors, former teachers, senior alumni, and invited guests for their gracious presence on this historic occasion. We also deeply value the presence of our keynote speakers, Dr. Partha Ghosh, Dr. Upali Oparajita, Mr. Vikram Gupta, and invited speaker, Dr. Ranjit Rak, for their enlightening addresses. Our sincere thanks to all the partners across the industry, academia, and alumni for engaging with us on new endowments and partnerships. Thank you for being part of this occasion. Special thanks to Mr. Ajit Gupte, Ambassador to India to Germany, Ambassador of India to Germany, for highlighting the importance of Indo-German partnership. We express our gratitude to distinguished alumni, Dr. Ashok De Sarkar, Mr. Vinod Gupta, Mr. Satinder Singh Tekhi, Mr. Peter Chan, and Mr. Rajesh Johar for their gracious presence through the online, and Shri Arjun Malhotra, Mr. Anirudh Banerjee, Commander V.K. Jaitley, and Mr. Raja Venkar, Mr. Ravishek, and his team for the gracious presence on this historic occasion. I would be failing in my duty if I don't acknowledge the leaders, our director, Professor Suman Chakravarti, under whose guidance this whole program has been put together. Special thanks to Dean of Alumni Affairs and Dean of International Relations, who have worked tirelessly in organizing this program. Thanks also to the Deputy Director, Madam, Deans, faculty, staff, students, and for their wholehearted cooperation. Let me also express my appreciation to the Office of Alumni Affairs and International Relations, Academic of Classical and Folk Arts for the Culture Program, Invocation Team, Transport, EV Cell, NPTL, TFS, Electrical Maintenance, Waterworks, Sanitary Department, Security Department, Director's Office, Deputy Director's Office, Registrar's Office, PRO's Office, Office of Dean of Administration, Technology Guest House, DCRTH, Horticulture, CCM, Gymkhana, Institute of Administration, and everyone who has contributed directly or indirectly in making this day memorable. Last but not the least, thank you all for being such a wonderful audience. On behalf of IIT Kharagpur, I once again thank you all and wish you success and happiness. Thank you very much.
I'd just like to add the contributions of our IIT branch to Professor Forever KGPN in giving us all the mementos, which I'm sure would be cherished by our guests. Ladies and gentlemen, I have now the honor to bring this program to a close. Please rise for the national anthem.
Himalaya, Yamuna, Ganga,
Good night. Shubhoratri.